all seem to have got slightly different times on our watches at this end, but that one tells me it's 10 o'clock. So welcome to the Planning Committee held on the 3rd of November. The first item on the agenda is apologies for absence, which I've received from councillors Mike Chaplin, Andrew Hart, Ken Richardson and Chris O'Leary. Have we had any others? No. And it's the roll call of members and declarations of interest.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you can declare your attendance and any declarations. Councillor Brady.
Well, I'm clearly here, just about, and I have the following interest to declare. I have received a letter from Bolsover Parish Council, which I think all members should have received. Birchover. I've just put B over. Sorry, Birchover. Birchover Parish Council, which I think all members have received. I am acquainted with the applicant for agenda item 8, which is School Lane, Taddington, but I've not discussed the application with them. The agent for agenda item 9, Home Lane, is somebody who has acted for me in the past, but again, I've not discussed this application with them. And agenda item 12, of course, we should note as a national park application.
Councillor Beer.
Present. I also received the letter from Birchover Parish Council, and obviously I have an interest in item 12.
Councillor Buckler.
Present. I was the Derbyshire Dales District Council councillor representing Stanton and Birchover previously, and so I'm very aware of the situation around around item 5.
Councillor Hanley.
Present. Just the same declarations on number 5, the email from Birchover Parish Council, and number 12 that the chair mentioned.
Councillor Hartshorn.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, present, and the same as the previous councillor on the.
Councillor Huddleston.
Present, and the same declarations as other members.
Councillor Murphy.
Present, and the same declarations as other.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, Chair. I've several to declare. I know most of the objectors, but I haven't been in discussion with any of these at all. Also, I'm on the Stanton Moor liaison group, and every time an active quarry is discussed, I leave the room, as I was advised by 2 solicitors to do so. So I have not stayed in at the Stanton Moor Minerals group when Blockstone application has been discussed. Thank you.
Councillor Priestley.
Present, same declaration, number 5, letter from Birchover Parish Council, and item 12.
Miss Slack.
Same declaration as previous ones.
And Mr Smith.
Present, and the same issues for agenda items 5 and 12.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, the next item on the agenda is the minutes of the last meeting, which was held on the 6th of October. I'm happy to move those from the chair. Is that seconded? Has anybody got any comments on the minutes? Matt?
Yeah, I've got comments on 2 of the notes on item 12423. It says that the thing should be removed because it is close to the farmstead. That wasn't relevant. There was discussion about that not being relevant. It's to do with its relation to the farm business and not the farmstead. So the the refusal was based on the siting of a single shepherd's hut for holiday accommodation in this location fails to accord with adopted planning policies DMR1 and DME2 because it does not support farm diversification, which is correct, and is not located close to the facilities of a farmstead, which wasn't relevant.
Well, that was the... Have we got the minutes of the last meeting? Have we got the reports from the last meeting? We haven't, have we? My memory is that we approved the reasons for refusal as they were set out in the report. I don't think we amended the reasons for refusal. So that presumably will be the wording that was set out in the report.
Yeah, that's correct. But, I mean, the wording of is not located close to the facilities of the farmstead is language of camping policy. So that would be in the DMR.
It's wording that appears, I think, in our development management framework, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's relevant in that respect.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate you might not agree with the sentiment, but I think that I think that is an accurate reproduction of what was in the report that we refused.
What it said in the report was about the farm business rather than the farmstead.
But the report will have had a recommendation in it, and that recommendation will be as set out in this minute.
Okay.
And that I think is what we approved.
Chair, if I may, as written, it says that it's not located close to the facilities of a farmstead.
Yes.
Which I think is the point.
Yes.
It's not close to a farmstead.
Yes.
It's irrelevant, forgive me, but it was a farm business in the barn. It's not located close to a farmstead.
I think that was what the debate was about last time round. So I think that is an accurate minute, even though you may have some reservations about it.
Fair enough. And the other one was relating to item 126.23, particularly around condition 4.
Right.
We had a long discussion about the National Planning Policy Framework and biodiversity net gain, and that there needed to be a measurable no net loss of biodiversity, and what it says is the scheme of ecological mitigation and enhancement measures to be agreed. Currently, if you don't measure it, how can you know that there is no net loss? And so we had a long conversation about use of the biodiversity net gain metric. And my feeling is that the National Park Authority, in 2 months' time, everybody's going to have to use a metric for every application. I recognise that that's not the case now. However, we do have to have no measurable net loss of biodiversity. And unless we are measuring it, how do we know that there is no measurable net loss? And I think that the National Park Authority should be an exemplary applicant.
I think you made that point very clearly at the last meeting. Yes. Yeah. Are you, well, what we're discussing here is the accuracy of the minutes as they stand now. They have been proposed and seconded. All those in favour of adopting the accuracy of the minutes? Anyone against? Okay, that is carried. Right, we're now on to, agenda item 4 is public participation, which will occur as we go through. We're now on to agenda item 5, which is the new pillar quarry. Rory Bradford, you're going to introduce this report for us.
Thank you very much, Chair. It sounds like the members are aware, but we did have a late representation from Birchover Parish Council, who objected to the application primarily on the grounds of the impacts of the HGVs on the roads in the area. The application is for a time extension of 2 years to allow the full extraction of the previously permitted gritstone reserves at New Pillar Quarry. The application seeks to vary Condition 5 and Condition 71 of the current planning application in such a way as to allow the extraction process to take place until the 31st of December 2024 and for the restoration of the site to be completed by the 31st of December 2025. The application has been submitted in line with the requirements of the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations 2017 and the Development Management Procedures 2015. The application has been accompanied by an environmental statement which officers were satisfied had been prepared by competent professionals and covered the issues and impacts that had been set out in the screening opinion and the pre-application advice that had been issued by the authority. Proposed extensions of time for existing mineral extraction sites are dealt with primarily by policy Min 1 of the core strategy, which states that applications for mineral development will not be permitted other than in exceptional circumstances. Policy DMMW1 of the development management policies, which deals with the justification for minerals development, states that the need to justify the proposed development in relation to public interest may be lessened in the case of extensions to existing quarries. When the two policies are read in conjunction, it is clear that a strong justification for the extension of time is required, but not to the same degree as would be required in an application for a new quarry. The National Planning Policy Framework gives great weight to the benefit of mineral extraction, with paragraph 211F specifically referencing the provision of building stone for its use in the restoration and maintenance of historic buildings. The operator has stated in their submission that the combined impacts of the Brexit process and the COVID-19 pandemic had caused a significant slowdown to both their ability to extract the stone and the market demand for their product. The operator submitted confidential data which showed a significant slowdown of the production rates of the quarry from 2016. Prior to 2016, the quarry was extracting around 90% of the permitted 18,000 tonnes per annum limit. This figure dropped significantly from 2016. The data set provided by the operator was cross-examined by officers against annual returns data. Officers concluded that the two data sets correlated to a sufficient degree to give the production figures legitimacy. Move through. Officers' recommendation to the committee is that the combined impacts of Brexit and the COVID-19 pandemic were sufficiently harmful to the effective operation of the quarry to qualify as an exceptional circumstance as required by policy Min 1. It is worth noting that the proposed extension of time does not affect the overall total of permitted reserves of stone. The impact of extracting the 50,000 tonnes of permitted gritstone reserve were found to be acceptable by the authority in the 2017 permission. The operator briefed the Stanton Moor Liaison Committee in September this year that approximately 18,000 tonnes of the permitted reserves remained in the ground, which means the extraction can be completed in the proposed extension of time period whilst observing the 18,000 tonnes per annum limit. The conditions that control the operation of the quarry will be kept the same, which means that HGVs will be limited to 5 a day. The use of the haul road will continue. The current hours of operation will be the same, and the noise and dust mitigation strategies will be retained. Essentially, the quarry will continue to operate as it has done since 2017. The quarry is subject to regular site monitoring visits, which assess the operator's compliance with the conditions attached to the current consent. There have been no major breaches of the operational conditions at the quarry since the current minerals planning team began to monitor the site in 2021, and officers have not received any complaints relating to noise or dust being generated from the site. These are the phasing plans of the quarry as they move through. And we'll reach the restoration in a second. There are a number of benefits that are available to the authority and the local community through the proposed development. Firstly, there is the benefit of extracting the permitted reserves and getting the building stone to market, which will benefit the local economy. The MPPF states that it is essential for minerals planning authorities to ensure that there is sufficient supply of mineral products and that great weight should be given to the benefits of mineral extraction in the determination of planning applications. The stone extracted from the quarries surrounding Stanton Moor play an important role in the traditional vernacular of the built environment and will continue to be a building material of choice for extensions and repairs to the buildings in the locality. The second key benefit is that the approval of the proposed extension of time would see the adoption of a new and enhanced restoration scheme for the quarry to take place once the extraction process is complete. The authority's ecologist agrees that the premise of the proposed restoration planting, which will be focused around acid grassland and heathland mix, will be of greater benefit to the local wildlife than the currently approved restoration plan. Some additional soil testing is needed to ascertain what the most appropriate seeding mix will be. With that in mind, officers are recommending to include a condition to the permission that would require the submission of a restoration and aftercare management scheme. Attaching this condition will allow the authority's ecologist to have a level of control over the final treatment of the site, which will maximise biodiversity gains. For reference, this was the originally submitted restoration planting scheme that was accompanied by the original submission, and we then have this, which is the amended restoration scheme, which was the product of some discussion between the authority's ecologist and the operator's agent. The approval of this application will also give the authority an enhanced level of control over the site in the event that the extraction is not completed. There is currently no condition attached to the extant consent or any stipulation in the current Section 106 agreement that requires the submission of a revised restoration scheme in the event that the extraction is not completed. This means that if the application is refused, the authority would have to consider enforcement action or pursue a modification order through the courts in order to secure a revised restoration scheme. However, should the authority be minded to approve the application, officers will include a condition that will require the submission of a revised restoration plan in the event of the extraction having not been completed by the revised end date of 2024. A revised plan would reflect the volume of quarry waste the operator has to use in the restoration landforming and would influence the planting strategy. Ultimately, this will give the authority a more efficient lever of control to ensure the site is properly restored, which is a significant planning gain from the current situation. The proposed extension of time will also have an impact on the setting of Stanton Moor Scheduled Ancient Monument, insofar as it will extend the operational life of the quarry. However, the impact of noise and dust from the quarry on and around the monument is minimal. The authority's conservation officer agreed that the impacts of the extension of time can be categorised at the lower end of less than significant harm, and therefore offered no objection to the proposals. The primary impact for the local community is the HGV movements that pass through the village to reach the quarry. The authority recognises that the road network around Stanton is not well suited to accommodate HGVs, but the limit of 5 lorries a day and the on-site speed limits will be maintained if the committee are minded to approve the application. It is a fact of geology that minerals can only be won where they are found, and there is no reasonable alternative to exporting the stone from this rural site. In conclusion, officers' recommendation to the committee is that the proposed extension of time be granted. Paragraph 211 of the NPPF states that great weight should be given to the benefits of mineral extraction and makes a specific mention to the provision of building stone. The proposals are considered to accord with the criteria of the relevant policies, with the requirement for the exceptional circumstances as set out in Policy Min 1 and GSP 1 being met. Approval of the application would provide biodiversity gains, maintain the supply of locally sourced gritstone, and will allow the authority to enhance its level of control over the restoration of the site should the extraction not be completed. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Rory. We have a number of speakers, which I'm going to take in the order we've got on the list, which I hope is the right order. The first speaker I have is Mr. Ian Mortimer of Stanton Parish Council. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello. To start, I'd like to say that this is far more than a regular planning application. This is a Section 106 agreement. These are drafted when it is considered that a development will have significant impact on an area or community. They are prepared by solicitors, and in this case, it has been mutually agreed by the National Park, the quarrying company and the landowners, and December 2022 was supposed to be the end of a very long process that has been negotiated for decades. This application claims that Brexit and COVID are exceptional circumstances to justify yet another extension to the life of this quarry. There is nothing in the planning report defining what exceptional circumstances are, and it introduces economic factors that bear no relevance to the condition of the Section 106 agreement or to a planning decision. In 2017, when this agreement was signed, Brexit was already known, yet no contingency for its effects were put in as a condition. Market forces or product demand appear nowhere in the 106 agreement because, rightly, it is purely about extraction. The agreement was the additional 50,000 tonnes or the December 2022 end date, whichever came first. Why should local residents be further impacted by this company's choice to run this quarry, as they openly state, as a supply and demand operation? This report refers to sales figures. This is irrelevant. The application has only to do with extraction. Therefore, Brexit has no relevance to the extraction agreement and therefore no justification for an extension. The same applies for COVID. At the time of the first lockdown, the quarry was not operating. And as part of the Mineral Liaison Group, the Minerals Planners and the Parish Council knew that, pre any knowledge of COVID, the company had not quarried at full capacity since 2017. If they'd wanted to, the building industry was exempt from lockdown anyway. We'd also like to point out that 12 months of delays to this application have allowed quarrying to continue without valid consent, halfway through the application time and far longer than all combined lockdown periods. The planner's report refers to an extension of Condition 26 and is awaiting a restoration plan. Yet Condition 26 states that a restoration plan should have been submitted by April 2021. So why, 2.5 years after this should have been provided and a full year after this application was submitted, is there still no full Hall Road restoration plan? Should this committee consider approval, we'd like to point out that this entire section of Hall Road is absent from the restoration plan submitted and should not have been omitted from the application before you. Leaving this section for later discussion and decision outside the committee fails to address the restoration of the permitted site. There is no guarantee that the permitted stone will be removed by December 2024 or that there's adequate storage site off-site for it. Without this, we feel we'll be back here for the same application in a year's time. Therefore, the Parish Council asks you to defer any decision until there is a report that guarantees these matters will be addressed. Thank you.
Yes, for the benefit of members, Mr. Howard Griffiths is coming to the table.
Thank you, Chair.
You've been here before several times, Mr. Griffiths. Welcome back.
I have been attending the Stanton Moor Minerals Liaison Group since this committee set it up 9 years ago, and I am seeking a deferral. The Stanton Moor principles establish the use of equitable swaps, giving up the rights to quarry on Stanton Moor itself in exchange for the extraction of additional stone from the existing quarries on the edge of the moor, without extending the life of those quarries, thereby protecting Stanton Moor as the, quote, jewel in the crown of the national park. There's a fundamental error right from the very start of this paper on the issue of exceptional circumstances. The committee paper has errors that the 2017 consent allowed a physical extension and time extension. There was no extension of time. There never has been. It always has been end of 2022. The development had to be completed within the existing previously approved time limit in order to meet the exceptional circumstances threshold. Let's look at it. Local policy LN1 and GSP 1, 2, 3 and 4 explain that developments have to meet the exceptional circumstances of 1, being a significant net benefit to the park through the conservation and enhancement of landscape and cultural heritage. 2, at the same time, mitigating or eliminating the negative impact of quarrying on the environment and communities, including noise, dust, access and traffic. And most importantly, for this one, applicants must provide satisfactory evidence that the development can be completed within the agreed time limit. A stipulation. In order to win permission, every single development on the moor has had to give up specific old consents on the most vulnerable areas of the moor. The 2017 permission at Nuclear Quarry to extract a further 50,000 tonnes was in exchange for giving up the very last remaining old consent on Stanton Moor. The Peak Park Authority and the local community believed that the final position had been agreed and formalised in line with the existing permission, that extraction would finish by the 31st of December 2022, and the restoration, including the whole of the Hall Road, would be completed within 12 months after this date. Blockstone themselves agreed that they would extract the stone by this time with no added adverse impacts, as it would be operating with the same annual limit of 18,000 tonnes and the same number of lorries movements per day, this meeting the category. The community were relieved that at last the final threats of reopening any more quarries on Stanton Moor and extending the life of Nuclear Quarry were finally over.
Thank you very much indeed. I have Ms. Julie Kidd. Should be a little red button. That's right, it's on now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Julie Kidd. I'm a member of SAID. We're not NIMBYs. We just want to protect our environment, an area of natural beauty, the jewel in the Peak Park's crown of Stanton Moor. SAID has worked tirelessly for 25 years in an effort to prevent avaricious quarry companies completely blasting this area away. Unfortunately, 3 minutes isn't long enough to give you all the valid reasons we object, but I do have time to tell you that in 2017, in this room, at this table, the local community and all interested parties were promised that on the 31st of December 2022, all quarrying at Blockstone site would stop and the restoration plans be implemented. If you approve this application, you will let us down big style. You will break that promise. We will have to suffer more noise, dust pollution, huge quarry trucks thundering along our narrow streets, mud on the roads, displaced wildlife, the list goes on. You will approve a time extension that will have a detrimental impact on people and this beautiful landscape. But we find ourselves in a catch-22 situation here, because if you decide to recommend this application, then obviously Blockstone will get their 2-year time extension. But if you decide to refuse this application, Blockstone will still get its 2-year extension. You see, it's taken a year to get this application to this table, and during this last year, Blockstone have continued to quarry. Consequently, one of the 2 years has already gone. Blockstone will appeal if you refuse, and Peak Park say that appeals are taking a minimum of 51 weeks, so that's the 2 years gone before it's resolved. This company really know how to work your system. This is a win-win for them. It's a lose-lose for us. We don't work your system, we just suffer it. So all that's left for me to ask you in this really awful situation is that you ensure that this must end in 2024 and that restoration has to begin. It has to be documented in the officer's paper and the committee decision papers that clearly, in black and white, it states that there will be no more time extension at the end of 24, that the full restoration plans are implemented, and these are to include all of the Hall Road as was agreed in 2017, and that Blockstone are to provide critical evidence that they now have facility to store the remaining removable stone off-site. The report of recommendation is unclear and provides no clarity. So please, for the sake of the local community and the Peak District National Park, I beg you to stop Blockstone coming back for another bite of this cherry, and that these key points are carved in stone. Enough is enough.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Charlie Watson.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak. You've got a very long document in front of you to look at, but I'd like to try and sum it up for you. This is a company which, because it has failed to take account of COVID and Brexit, wants to extend their quarrying operations. So the crux question, I think, for yourselves to consider is, should we, who live in the local community, and this is just one of 3 local quarries, should we be made to bear the consequences of their corporate failure to get their act together in relation to those 2 events? The 2 matters are unrelated. Could I then refer you to the report, to numbers 19, 20, 21 and 22, where helpfully the key issues are set out. Number 19 says as whether the proposed development is in accordance with national park purposes. And I think you've already heard that the answer to that is no. Number 20, whether the circumstances which underpin this application are considered to be exceptional. And I think you've already heard that they do not meet the criteria for what exceptional circumstances are. Number 21 says, is the proposed development acceptable with regard to environmental impact, including impacts on amenity, cultural heritage, transport and biodiversity? And I think you have already heard that we say that they are not. And lastly, what are the implications, this is number 22, of not approving the proposed extension of time? Well, the implications of not approving it are, after 25 years where we have engaged with the Peak Park and the local quarry companies, including this company, we will finally have some peace from the constant interruption that it produces. Can I then refer you to the end of your report, number 171? The conditions governing the operation of the site be mostly unchanged. Enforceable limits relating noise, dust, pollution, hours of operation, highways conditions will be in place. And I think you suggested that the planning department will be able to monitor that. My experience of the planning department recently is that helpful people they are, but they are seriously under-resourced. And will they be even able to police the conditions to any great effect? And then it goes on to say there will be no unacceptable impact on the amenity of nearby sensitive receptors. What does that mean? I believe that's talking about us. That's people. Not some robots, not people with no feelings, no lives to lead, no children to bring up, no respect for the environment. So in that sense, the language itself appears to discount the very human impact that granting this proposal would give. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've now got Mr. John Bowlby.
Yes, thank you. Morning, everybody. My name's John Bowlby. I live in Stanton-in-Peak. I'm a former member of the Royal Town Planning Institute and a former director of an international project management company. I think Julie and Charlie sat behind me who've just been speaking have actually let this off quite lightly. My main concern is that this report that you're considering is misleading, and I'd like to explain why I think that. Under section 73, the description of development should remain unchanged. I think it's including the red line that delineates the application site. I think your report should confirm that this is the case. Secondly, a section 73 application doesn't amend, vary or modify the original permission. If it succeeds, you end up with a second permission, not a single modified one. The report again doesn't explain that to you, and I think it's really important that you understand the mechanics of how that works. Because in granting this, if that's what you choose to do,
you're sweeping away 6 years of agreed planning strategy, and you've heard at length how long it took to get there, for this site in favour of a second permission based on an unverified market commentary which appears in this report. If I came here and said, I want to build my extension out of red brick because I can't afford to do it in matching natural stone because my mortgage has gone up, you'd turn around to me and say that that's not a reason, it's not a planning matter. And you'd be right. It proposes a new material consideration, which is introducing exceptional economic circumstances. Mention of exceptional circumstances appears in national guidance and it appears in your core strategy. But you have to back it up with evidence that is quantifiable and measurable. All the report does is narrate some market intelligence, which presumably is constantly changing as time passes, and we can't base sensitive planning decisions on such shifting sands. In terms of policy, paragraph 65 of this report tells us that policy, your policy, Min 3, is not relevant here, but then it's contradicted by paragraph 96, stressing the importance of the local availability of building stone.
I'm going to have to ask you to wind up, if you would, please.
Remember, this activity should have ceased nearly a year ago. It's not adhered to the dates in the legal agreement, and there's no real analysis of that here. So I would suggest that you defer this today, get the report done properly, and then decide the outcome on its merits.
Thank you very much. I've got Ms. Ros Griffiths.
I was down to speak in lieu
So Sue Fogg.
My apologies for being late.
No, it's quite right, Sue.
So I am registered to speak.
I'm sure you are.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And again, apologies for coming in late. As a committee, you need to ask yourselves the following questions and be satisfied that you've been given the necessary information to allow yourselves to continue impacting communities within the national park. Have Blockstone invested... Sorry. Thank you. Have Blockstone invested in sufficient storage facilities at Cadeby to extract and remove the remaining block from the site by December 2024? They've previously failed to remove their annual tonnage over many years due to the lack of investment in storage facilities. This committee needs and understands an undertaking that Blockstone have the space and the commitment to do this. Without this information, you cannot possibly guarantee to the community that quarrying will end at New Pillough at the end of December 2024, leaving open the possibility of future requests for time extensions. Why have your mineral planners not used the last 6 months to ensure that they can present to you a full restoration plan of the quarried area, the track to the quarry, and the haul road, which is missing from that plan? That is the full permitted area. That would demonstrate to the company that would demonstrate the company are both fully committed to their duty to restore all the permitted land. It would also demonstrate to the community that this national park values and preserves the ecology and wildlife of the area. What guarantees do you have from the officer's report that you would be in full support of the conditions they propose to set within the Section 106 legal agreement? Should you allow them to agree the final wording of any conditions covering some 17 topics? Without more detail behind these 17 condition headers, listed in the report recommendations, how can you be confident of what you're being asked to approve? This decision will leave your committee and you will have no further input into the final outcome. Can you be sure that the extraction and the removal of stone from the site will end no later than December 2024? Can you be certain full restoration of all the permitted area will be included and completed no later than the 30th of June 2025? The local community expects you to be clear and certain on those points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Laura Melstron, who has been before us before, I think. Thank you.
Sorry, switch myself up. I've got several concerns, so I'll just give you the bullet points, really. Firstly, timing. This end date has been on the calendar, as you've heard, since 2002, not since 2017. And this application went in 3 months before the deadline. So I'll leave you to draw your own conclusions as to whether the planning system is being played here. There's a concern locally that this application really is intended to keep the door open for yet future applications, and that's a worry that needs to be addressed in your decision. It's vital to understand the context, and you've heard some of that already this morning, with a flavour of the sense of betrayal in the community after assurances were given in 2017 that in return for the extra 50,000 tonnes, quarrying would definitely finish in 2022. Do we have exceptional circumstances? I would say no. The applicant's own environmental statement says that historically the quarry has typically not operated all year round but on a supply and demand basis. That's historically, not just since Brexit. This is Blockstone's commercial strategy to avoid storage costs, and that's not an exceptional circumstance. Consider the effect of the extension, which we're already halfway through. 2 years of additional disruption, noise, dust, vibration, truck movements, inevitable impact on plant and wildlife, and a 2-year delay to the ecological restoration of the site. Please consider also the impact on Birchover. Call me a NIMBY if you like. That's the exit route for the loaded trucks. It's a small village, as you may know. It's a conservation area. Over 2 years, 5 trucks a day, 6 days a week, that's 3,000 extra truck movements, and the report makes clear that production will be stepped up in order to extract the quota before the extended end date. We've got an already damaged road surface. We have a village petition that's gone into County Council about the state of the road, which seems to be being ignored as we speak. Increasing tourist traffic, more parked cars, more congestion with the quarry lorries coming down through the road. And finally, the Hall Road. Please look very carefully at the issue of the Hall Road, which has been pointed out to you by the previous speaker, is not on that restoration plan. The plan was supposed to be submitted to you for the Hall Road specifically 2.5 years ago, and no excuse has been offered to you in this application as to why that hasn't been presented to you. There's concern locally that the landowner wants to keep the Hall Road in place. There was an application to retain it, which was then withdrawn. So please ensure whether you grant this extension or defer it or refuse it, that condition 26 is enforced, please.
Thank you very much indeed. And the last speaker we have is a statement to be read out by Dem Services. Who's doing this? Right, for members, Sarah has recently joined us as a new member of staff. So this is her big debut.
This statement has been submitted from Phil Sharland, the agent. New Pilaf Quarry is a very strategically important site for the applicant and has supplied stone for some prestigious buildings throughout the UK for a considerable number of years. The proposed extension of time would enable Blockstone to work the remaining reserves of high-quality sandstone to provide a range of natural stone products used in construction of new buildings and in restoration of older buildings and historic properties, and to meet an identified need for traditional building stone, which is unique to this area of the country. The limitation of only being able to work minerals where they occur is particularly relevant when stone is being won as dimension stone. Since and prior to the current permissions being approved in 2017, a number of factors have led to the slowdown in demand for the stone, namely Brexit and COVID. The downturn started in 2017, which was due to the shortage of HGV drivers, which was a direct impact of Brexit. The lead up to, during and post-Brexit significantly had a negative impact on market demand, and Blockstone's historical records support this. In 2018, demand was so low the site was not worked for the majority of the year, and any orders received were fulfilled from the previous year's stock. The effects of COVID-19 in 2020 further aggravated the lack of market demand. The NPPF requires local planning authorities to give great weight to the benefits of mineral extraction, including to the economy. Specific reference is made to the building stone and the need for the repair of heritage assets. Exceptional circumstances have been demonstrated to support the proposals within the national park. The increased recognition of the importance of using materials from original or compatible sources when supplying stone for the repair and maintenance of historic buildings and structures has meant that supply can only be provided from specific locations. The planning gain required by Min 1 would focus on full extraction of permitted reserves, which is an important local building material. In addition to this, the applicants have offered a community sum of £12,500 to be distributed locally to be agreed with the local parishes and the PDMPA. On completion of stone extraction, the site will be restored largely to agricultural-based conservation with new habitats created, adding to the overall biodiversity, and stable quarry faces will be left for geological interest.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, we've had a number of points made during the presentations, which I hope I've got some of the key ones are. Can I just, these are not necessarily in the right order, but just dealing with them first. This whole road issue, can you go through that with us? What the point is made that this should be dealt with as part of this proposal.
Yeah.
And why isn't it? And what are the implications of that?
Yeah, of course, Chair. Thank you. So the permission granted in 2017 conditioned the restoration of the Hall Road as a separate entity to the restoration of the main site. The 2017 permission was submitted with restoration plans for the working void, but the intention was through that permission that a later restoration scheme would be submitted for the Hall Road. That deadline passed prior to the appointment of the new minerals planning team. It wasn't on our radar. We weren't in post when that April 2021 deadline passed. Since that time, we have decided not to pursue it through enforcement action because of the understanding that an application for an extension of time was coming and that we understood an application for the retention of the Hall Road was also coming. That application for the retention of the Hall Road has since been withdrawn, but still the impact of restoring the Hall Road was pending the outcome of this application. The proposed condition that we're hoping that the officers are recommending be attached to a permission if the committee approve the authority would be for a restoration plan for the Hall Road south of Lees Road to be submitted no later than 3 months from the date of the permission being granted. I think that would give us sufficient time to consider the landscape impacts and any biodiversity impacts of that proposed restoration plan. But I would come back to it was always the intention of the 2017 permission for a separate plan to be submitted. And so the plan, the restoration plan of just the quarry working void area is considered to be sufficient.
Right. I'm not really getting from that why the whole road just wasn't dealt with as part of the whole landscaping scheme.
Exactly.
Why couldn't they all just be dealt with together and give everybody certainty?
The it was an officer's consideration that the conditions attached to the permission would be able to be varied, that the impact, essentially it wasn't considered required that the restoration outside of the quarry void would need to be filled with submitted with this application. The submission of a later restoration of the Hall Road would be appropriate.
Let's just have our own little discussion at this end. You can have yours outside afterwards if you like. Right, keeping on, trying to sort of master some of these things. Just as a detail, sensitive receptors, what does that mean?
Sensitive receptors is the terminology that's used in environmental impact assessments. An environmental statement which is submitted with an environmental impact assessment as per the regulations has to detail sensitive receptors. So a sensitive receptor can be anything from a historic environment, a sensitive building, residential communities. I appreciate it might appear to be quite cold terminology, but that is the appropriate terminology to use.
Okay, so we accept we're talking about people here, yeah. Now, Mr. Bowlby was making a point which I have to confess I didn't fully understand about the nature of this application and our ability to deal with it in this way. Did you understand the point he was making, and can you clarify the issue for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Officer's assessment is that the application can absolutely be dealt with as a variation of condition. The extension of time does not go to the heart of the consent. We're still dealing with the extraction of mineral. The level of permitted reserves have not changed. The area, the site area of the extraction has not changed. And so it is appropriate that it can be dealt with via a Section 73 application as opposed to a standalone planning application.
Right, so, and that point you've made, that's absolutely clear. There's no more stone intended to be accessed as a result of this application?
None whatsoever.
Because in your report, and you don't really deal with it very much, and it's clearly not come out in the presentations we've had from members, from the public, but there's a sort of clear indication in the report of what government policy is. And I think, is it section 94 of the report, where government is saying, actually, you've got to be a bit careful with these small building quarries. We have, on the one hand, a set of policies which clearly, which are ones that the authority have put together, which clearly would require us to have this quarry completed by a certain date. But we've got this paragraph, is it 94 of the report, which really seems to be pulling us in the opposite direction. See if I can find it. It's on page 30 of the report, paragraph 94. And it says that the MPPF recognises the small-scale nature and impact of building stone quarries and the need for a flexible approach to the duration of planning permissions, reflecting the intermittent or low rate of working at many sites. Now, how does that impact upon the discussion we're having? Because on the one hand, we've got a whole set of agreements and conditions which say you must hit this date, you must do that date, you must do this date. We are now aiming for a completion date by 2024. The public, understandably, are saying it's not going to be finished by then anyway. I'm just trying to work out what the relevance of a lot of the stuff we've been hearing is when we've got an indication in the National Planning Policy Framework which seems to say, well, you have to be flexible about it.
It's an industry standard and practice that, particularly with small-scale dimensional stone quarries, they are almost universally worked on a market order basis because of the impact of storing block stone. It can weather, there are environmental implications to consider, and also it factors in with the small scale nature of a lot of these sites. You know, the cash flow that's you know, attributed to pulling out the stone and extracting the stone needs to be matched by a market demand. So yeah, absolutely. The government's planning policy certainly recommends that we take a flexible approach to the end date of these quarries.
So are we in a sense being distracted here by all this business about COVID and Brexit and everything? Because isn't the bottom line that if you've got a quarry of this sort, you've got to allow it, what the government seems to say is you've got to be flexible and work it out. All the Brexit business in against what the government is saying seems to be irrelevant to this application. Have I got that right or not?
Yes.
Yeah, I would suggest that the government's policy suggests that we adopt a flexible approach regardless. However, the core strategy and the development management policies of the national park do require that level of justification, which is...
So which takes priority? That's going to be the issue.
Yes.
So the development plan takes priority over the national planning policy framework. Is that, if this goes to appeal, will that be the case?
Yes. I mean, NPPF is a material consideration and you have to take it into consideration. It's one of those balance things, isn't it?
Yes. Did this wording change at all when the latest NPPF came out?
No, I don't think so. It is the officer's recommendation that the requirements of the development plan and also the NPPF are met by this application. So we are...
And those are in conflict with each other. Right. Can I ask about Sue Fogg's point about the ability of the company to extract all this stone on the timetable anyway, because if they've got nowhere to store it somewhere else, do we know what the answer to that is?
My understanding is from my discussions with the operator is that they have an increased capacity for storage at their Cadeby quarry, which is just outside of Doncaster. It's where the stone is currently being taken to be processed. They've given me assurances that they can extract and export the stone from the site in the 2-year extension period.
Okay. Well, members, that's as far as my note-taking has got me, I'm afraid. It's open to members. Have you got anybody wish to speak on this matter? Kath, you're just about to put your hand up.
I knew you'd come to me. Well, there's one phrase that I think sums this whole saga up. Procrastination is the thief of time. I repeat, procrastination is the thief of time. And it's time we got our act in order. We have seen what these people have all said. I have not discussed with them. I've not seen their comments they were going to make. But I know they are honourable people. They treasure their landscape. I am very concerned that with such a contentious application, we haven't had a site visit. There are new members here. They don't know what Stanton Moor's like. Such inaction undervalues the important historical surroundings. The new members deserve to see what is happening. And with my many years of research in quarrying in and around the Stanton Moor, this truly ancient, historical and important site should be awarded the highest protection. The highest. One only has to read our chairman of this national park and English Heritage 2008 document. That's Ken, who was head of archaeology, and this brilliant document on Stanton Moor and its environs to realise the importance of this area and why it needs full protection. And if we, the premier national park in the UK, don't afford the necessary protection, then who will? It's our duty. It's part of our heritage. I think it's in Sheffield Museum. There's a coin from Egypt that was found 3,600 years ago on Stanton Moor. The finds on Stanton Moor, there's loads to be seen. That's how important it is. And we just seem to be brushing it aside. Oh, it can be quarried. It can be quarried. I'm sorry, it can't. Enough is enough. If a Section 73 with a 106 agreement can be applied, then maybe we could see a way forward. Again, I reiterate, why haven't we had a site visit? Such an absence diminishes its true value and importance to new and old members. I also concur with a full restoration of the Hall Road. Nothing less is acceptable. I think we can all see why that is essential. I would also like my appreciation recorded to the late Professor John Herbert and ex-councillor Gary Purdy, along with Ken Smith, our now chair of the authority, who was the person responsible for archaeology in the National Park, for all their endeavours to protect this ancient area. It was through them that the 13 consents that existed on this moor were given up for extensions where they were working. So a lot of it has been saved, and we are grateful for that. We are also grateful to Ken and the team when he was head of archaeology, how the 9 Ladies Stone Circle was in danger of disappearing due to quarrying. I won't mention the name, which was the quarry, but that was happening. And if it hadn't have been for their action, the 9 ladies could quite easily have disappeared. Yes, I agree, the full restoration, yeah. And I asked why are we giving officers a blank piece of paper to recommend 17 conditions. I would have liked to have seen maybe a meeting where we could have consisted of members and officers of thinking what was essential for the real, true protection of this area. Surely there's some experienced members, that I don't include myself, could be part of a successful outcome, but we officers, members and campaigners need full assurance that what is required is actually carried out. No ifs, no buts. Thank you.
Thank you, Kath. Any other members? Matt?
Yeah, this is effectively a retrospective planning permission because the planning permission should have been completed in 2022. Is that right?
Yeah.
You have to turn off yours, I think.
No, we don't consider it a retrospective planning application. The application was submitted prior to the expiry of the permission. It is therefore an active variation of a consent. If the application had been submitted after the expiry date of the consent, then yes, it would have been, and it would have been dealt with in a different way.
So it's been that's 18 months ago. So the application was submitted about 18 months ago. Is that right?
In October last year, yes. So no, just under 12 months.
From what you've said. Sorry. Yeah, from what you've said, that we've got the application. The consent was given based on finishing on the December 2022, and you've said that it's recognised that this sort of quarry is done on a win, export, sell it. Is there any point in having this is going to end on at the end of December 22? When that's how the quarry operates, that we put in place that restriction because we recognised that this was something which needed to happen, and yet that was a pointless thing. According to how what you've said, how the quarry operates, that was a pointless condition to put in place because that was never anybody's intention, because the intention was that they, and you may say that they intended to remove all of the stone by the end of December 2022 based on the market conditions, and the market conditions changed. But what's the point of having that sort of full stop at the end of a planning consent if it doesn't work like that?
Yeah, I think the a valid point. Obviously, there is a recognition of the flexible nature, particularly of dimensional stone quarries. I think it is worth highlighting that based on the data that was made available to officers, we had been satisfied that should the Brexit process and the COVID-19 pandemic not have happened, and the extraction rates would have carried on at around the 90% mark, they would have finished in time within the 2023 expiry date. So yes, I agree that with the flexible nature there are question marks, but like I say, officers were satisfied that had those impacts not have occurred, that the extraction would have been completed in time.
Sorry, Matt, do you want to come back on that before?
No, I had another point.
Well, shall we finish this point first?
Just to say that, I mean, having a date in there is a legal position then, isn't it? I mean, even though we've talked about flexibility, we've still got a strategy in mind through Stanton Moore principles and through the policies to actually achieve restoration. And I think we can actually refer to that now, aren't we? We've actually got a place in mind. Fair enough, we're talking about flexibility, but we've still got a legal marker in there, an expectation of the quarry to achieve an end date. It's important to have a strong legal position in place. So I think that's another reason for having the date there. We agreed that it should be happening. And that's still our commitment.
It becomes a sort of target rather than a fact, doesn't it?
I accept that, but we're now past it, and we're being asked to extend it till the end of next year. Well, what's going to happen at the end of next year? You know, and so the point about it is that it's the confidence that that this isn't going to come back. It disappears with the fact that it's come back, and you know the fact that this is how Blockstone quarries operate means that this, you know, that's where the confidence, you know, we can have all the confidence we like, and we can have a legal document which says this is what's going to happen. But we've already got one of those, and we're already we're a year beyond that.
Is that your second point?
No, unfortunately not.
Okay. Right. Would you like to put your second point, and then I'm going to call Ken and then Bill.
Yeah, the second point was in relation to Julie Kidd's point, that actually, you know, there's every possibility that where do we get the most control over the restoration of this? If we rely on the existing thing and refuse this application, and therefore don't have any control over the restoration plan, you know, which they then appeal, and we've still got no control over the restoration plan. Whereas if we accept it and say the restoration plan has got to be completed by, you know, we get more control over the restoration plan. It makes a significant difference to whether I voted in favour or against the application.
I think that's a very good question, and I'm going to add another one to it, actually, because if we were now to refuse this, and they would have to stop quarrying, wouldn't they? And is therefore the restoration plan actually capable of being implemented if all of the stone has not yet been taken out, which is another half of the same question.
Thanks, Chair. So there are probably a couple of different things that I need to address there. I think the first one about whether we would come back to this position in a year's time for a further extension. Despite the advice in the MPPF, we do have to determine our applications in line with the policies of the development plan. And the development plan is very clear in policy Min 1 and GSP 1 that extensions and mineral development will not be permitted without exceptional circumstance. This is slightly lessened by policy DMWW1, but ultimately the question would be, in a year or so's time, if an application came back, whether the operator would be able to demonstrate to the authorities committee satisfaction, whether exceptional circumstance has occurred in that time, in the time from now and until the end of the next year, if the permission is granted. You know, there are two issues here that have been pointed out in Brexit and COVID. Well, you know, they were rather large events. It would be for the committee to decide if an application for a further extension came back, whether that test of exceptional circumstance had been met in the corresponding time in the following year. And with relation to the restoration, Chair, the issue would be that if the application is refused, it would still not be the case that the authority would be in a strong position to issue a stop notice or take enforcement action until the operator had appealed the refusal. The inspectorate would not consider an appeal until we would not be able to issue an enforcement notice until the inspectorate had considered the appeal as to whether the permission for the extension of time should be granted or not. Given the likely time impacts of that, it's quite probable that the extraction of stone would have been completed within that time. By approving the application, we cement it as the authority, we cement in this enhanced restoration scheme that we would have full control through condition to make sure it was implemented sufficiently. If the application is refused, it becomes altogether more difficult to ensure that we are securing those biodiversity gains. There is an extant restoration plan that was submitted with the 2017 permission, but the consent requires the site to be restored by the 31st of December this year. You know, in a couple of months, it is operationally impossible for the site, I would suggest, to be restored in accordance with that plan by the end of this year, at which point the operator's permission to carry out the engineering operations to restore the site would have elapsed, and will become an altogether more difficult position in making sure that restoration is secured. So through approving the restoration, through approving this application, we do get an enhanced restoration scheme and definite and confirmed levers to control that.
Can you be absolutely clear? If the restoration scheme is dependent on the whole quarry being quarried out?
Yeah, so the restoration process.
So anything which sort of prevents the whole quarry being quarried out will prevent the restoration scheme?
It will prevent the restoration scheme in as far as it's drawn up as it is now, exactly. So the way that dimensional stone quarries work is they extract the stone, but there is also quite a lot of quarry waste, unusable stone, soils, all sorts of different types of material that get drawn out through that process. Those waste materials are stored on site, and then through the restoration process, once the extraction has been completed, they get regraded, so they get pushed over the site to make sure that the contouring of the levels are correct, and it offers an enhanced landscape benefit. It makes sure that we're not just left with an enormous hole in the ground, it's regraded. So if it's the case that the full volume of material isn't extracted, it is likely that we would have less waste materials to regrade the site with. So we will need to make sure that a revised restoration scheme would need to reflect that, so we would understand where those materials would be placed. It would ultimately be different to as it is shown on this plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I've got two more speakers now. I'll coordinate it for you. Ken, I've got you next.
Thank you, Chair.
I should have that on.
And thanks to Kath for the name check. But I would point out that I was but one of a large team that was involved. And I think actually in 2017 I was no longer an officer, and I certainly wasn't a member. So I'm just, absolving myself of any responsibilities, really. Picking up on the issue in hand, I mean, we are dealing with an existing permission, And as we have heard, what we're looking at is whether or not it's appropriate to extend the time that the extraction should continue. And we have heard the constraints that we are operating under and the difficulties of enforcing. And I feel that it's unfortunate that the community has, in some respects, been misled by, or at least has taken what was said as being a kind of cast iron promise that December 22 was the end and final date, when it's quite clear from what we've heard that it's not possible actually to give those kind of cast iron promises. So I think that's unfortunate. Having said that, I think that, as Rory has explained, there is a need for exceptional circumstances when we look at an extension of time. And despite what has been said, I think that both COVID and the subsequent impacts of Brexit, I don't think that at least 52 or 53% of the population who voted for Brexit in 2016 would have been aware of what was down the line in terms of the impacts. Estimated, I believe, at 5 or 6% impact on the national economy as a result. That couldn't have been taken into account in 2017. COVID, we are understanding from the current hearings that are going on in London, are exceptional circumstances that even government wasn't prepared for. So I think it's a bit untoward to expect a contractor of a small gritstone quarry to anticipate the overall impacts. Having said that, I think the issues that are to hand with regard to deadlines, I acknowledge that we are already 10 months into the process of the 2-year extension, and I hear that it would take at least another 12 months to go through the appeal process, and so we would be at the end of the 2-year issue. I understand that the applicant has or claims to have sufficient storage capacity at their Cadeby site. My concern, and I would want reassurance, is if 18,000 tonnes of reserve were available in September, that from the 27,000 that was deemed to be available in December 22 leaves 9,000 tonnes. I'd like to be reassured that we're confident that that 9,000 can be extracted and stored. I heard what you said before, which seemed to be confident, but I would like, if members were minded to approve this, for it to be made absolutely clear to the applicant that any return is unlikely to be met favourably. I don't think that market forces notwithstanding, that the extraction of 9,000 tonnes over the course of the next 12 months is I do think it's achievable, and it should be achieved, and even if there is reserve left in the ground, regardless of the strictures of MPPF, which I think is quite reasonable, that we shouldn't be seen to be sterilising reserves. If we're only dealing with a few thousand tonnes against the 50,000 that was approved in the first place, then I think that's just tough on the operator. I do think that, despite what has been said, that the justifications for these exceptional circumstances are valid and appropriate, and I would be minded to support the application as a result, notwithstanding the comments that have been made by the community, and I recognise the impacts that are being made. But we are dealing with something that has been going on for a long time, and I know that that can be both a good thing and a bad. But I think if this went to appeal, if we refuse it and it went to appeal, we might be on sticky ground given the length of extraction that has occurred.
I agree with that.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you moving that, or you're just saying you're supporting it?
Okay, I'll move the application, Chair.
Okay. Right, Bill.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to just thank all the people who came today for their contributions. And I know I appreciate it's a big time commitment. And I also, from what you said, you've obviously done a lot of research and invested a lot of time and emotional energy into it. So thank you for that, and I appreciate that. I'm newly appointed the authority in July, but I do know Stanton Moor quite well, so I understand, you know, what you are saying and what everyone's saying about it. There's a few just bullet points on this that I'm still not completely clear of. Presumably, the company, given the nature of their operations, would want to carry on indefinitely. That is the nature of their business. It's not a finite business. It's something that could carry on indefinitely. And just to thank the objectors who came here for making various points, including the point is, will there be an end in December 2024, or will it keep the door open? I think that's something we've got to say, and how, as an authority, if that's what we want to happen, how do we ensure that happens? What legal, apart from conditions, what other legal methods are there? I'm not clear on that. What would ensure the start of restoration in January 2025, presumably? What would lead to a satisfactory resolution of the question of the Hall Road? I'm still not clear on that. What would allow effective monitoring of noise and extraction and something like that? I'm not completely sure on that. And how could we ensure effective storage? It sounds like there's storage facilities in Doncaster, but, you know, that is a hope. Is that just a hope, or is that something that, you know, can be ensured? You know, there's some lack of clarity on that. And to sum it all up, the enforceability of all the above and any additional legal safeguards, additional to, say, conditions which can be appealed against, etc., etc. And just a final point that came out, as a confusion as a restoration scheme. My own view is nature, if left to do its job, does quite well, actually. You know, despite the best efforts of humans. You know, so I think, you know, if you stop an activity, then, you know, nature will happen. Obviously, it's better to have a scheme, but, you know, it's I wouldn't be too concerned about that. It's the stopping of activities that's the main, I think, the main thrust of what we're concerned about here. So, yeah, so there's a few questions there, really.
Well, can we just pick up one or two of those, just to sort of try and get them out of the way? How do we ensure anything? The problem is we've only got two means. One of them is planning conditions, one of them Section 106 agreements. And both of them are appealable against. So although the Section 106 agreement would be very powerful, at the end of the day, when we're there in 2005 or 6, if we ever are, you don't know what the circumstances are at the time. There'll be all sorts of issues at the time that we don't know today. So we as a planning authority can never absolutely guarantee. All we can do is work towards and do the best we can to get there. And actually, I think from what's being said at the moment, if we get the conditions right and the amended Section 106 agreement right, we'll be getting a long way down the road. But I don't think, I think the other side of that coin is going to be that because you can't stitch it up entirely would not be a good reason for refusing it, because that's not how the planning system works, as you will know professionally. So I think we're in some difficulty there. Hall Road does seem to be a bit of an issue, and I'm just a bit nervous about this. A condition is okay. Can you just help us a bit more with that?
Yeah, of course, Chair. Thank you. So the officer's intention is to include a condition to the permission that will require the submission of a restoration scheme for the Hall Road in its entirety 3 months from the date of this consent. We will work, there's been a background conversation that's happened between officers and landscape officers at the authority about what that might look like. There obviously was an application for the retention of the Hall Road, which was subsequently withdrawn, I think, when the applicant understood the circumstance and justification that would need to be provided to maintain and keep that Hall Road. So the officer's intention, the authority's intention is absolutely to ensure that that Hall Road is properly restored with a plan that can be enforced against by condition. If it's the case that this application is approved and that condition is attached If after 3 months a restoration plan is not submitted to the authority, then we have a condition that we can fully enforce against to ensure the operator's engagement with the process.
Right. And I think the Doncaster issue, to be fair, Bill, has been dealt with. We've been told that it's big enough. I don't know that we could go very much beyond that. Right. Lydia?
Just very quickly, would it be worth the Chair of the Authority and Chair of Planning working with officers on the conditions?
Well, I'm going to come back to conditions because I think Sue Fogg made a very good point about the conditions. All we've got here is the headings and we don't have any idea of what they're going to say. Normally we would leave it to the Chair and Vice Chair of the committee, but actually I think I would like to do it in consultation with members of the committee so that every member of the committee can see what the conditions are before we issue them, because I think it is important enough. People who've got a close interest in this can then make a contribution if they wish to do so, because it is very, very important. But I think Sue's point is absolutely right. It was something that crossed my mind when I read the report, actually. Bill, you said... sorry, Matt, you said you wanted to come back.
Yeah, it was coming back to the point from... I'm sorry, I'm not sure... Rory. It was the point that Rory made about that the restoration plan is quite dependent on the removal of the material, and they, again going back to how they operate, they don't remove the material. If we get to this point in November 2024, and they haven't removed the amount of material, then they can't do the restoration plan. And so, we need to make sure that, I think part of the conditions need to make sure that we see, if we approve this now, that we're at a point in July 2024 that the restoration can happen in January 2025, irrespective of what they've done. So that we can't, they can't just take out another load of stone in October in a year's time and say, actually, because we've done this, because of this, we can't now complete the restoration plan. Therefore, there's going to be another planning application which comes in.
The officers would like to come back on that. Which one of you wants to come first?
Yeah, that's been on my mind as well, actually, whether the restoration plan can actually effectively be an action plan as well, like a project time plan that can actually be worked with chargeable visits and monitoring, so that you can actually use this period to actively work towards that. It isn't just a map, but it's the plan of how to get there. I mean, that was just a question that formed in my mind, whether that's worth working on.
Well, that's something we've got to get right. Kathy, you said you wanted to come back. I'm going to be winding this up very shortly.
I agree with Matt entirely. Procrastination has to stop. We want action, and what we're promised, we need it. Not procrastination for the future. It won't wear with the locals, and it doesn't wear with me.
Right. I have... sorry, do you want...
Just come back to a point that Matt made.
Yes, if you would, and then I'm going to put it together.
Just to reiterate that this application is an opportunity for an enhanced level of control for the authority. At the moment, in the Section 106 and the extant consent, we do not have a lever to get the operator to submit a revised restoration scheme. So we wouldn't be in a position to amend a restoration scheme if there was a change in levels. Through this application, officers are recommending that we include a condition that in the event that the full extraction doesn't take place, we require the operator to submit a revised restoration scheme, which will detail the volume of waste materials that we have, that we can then determine in coordination with our landscape officer and our ecological officer how best that material is moved across the site, how it interacts with the ecology, how it interacts with the planting scheme that would be moved across. So that's one of the big gains that the authority has by approving this application.
Thank you. Ginny, and then I'm going to sort of really wind it up.
Yes, it was a very quick question on timing, which is picking up the good point Matt's just made. is there any way we could actually set some targets throughout the year as to what should be completed? Because there is this danger that they will get towards the end of it, end of the year, and then say, no, we need a bit longer. So
I think by another route, that was probably what Brian was suggesting, actually, yes. Yes, okay. Well, I had a motion to approve. I don't have a seconder. Is there a seconder? Lee has seconded it. Any amendments? Well, it's to approve on the basis, as I hope, that all the conditions will be approved by the chairman, by the officers in consultation with us, and we will make sure that other members are consulted on them. That would seem to be the best way forward. All those in favour of the motion to approve on those terms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, is it? Is there an 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against? Those abstaining? 2. Okay, that motion is carried. The good folk of Stanton, thank you very much for your contributions. They've been very helpful. I know you won't like the decision very much, but actually I think this is a practical decision that is a good way forward. Do we want a break? I think we ought to have a break. It's 11:30. I'm going to suggest that we have a 5-minute break. Mr. Binder, I'm sorry, we're going to have a 5-minute break, but we'll be back to you shortly. Is it Binder or Binder?
Thank you. So the Crag Inn is a public house located adjacent to the minor road which runs through Walberclough. The building itself, while not listed, is in keeping with the local building tradition, and it's constructed primarily from natural grit stone under a blue slate roof. In April 2018, planning permission was granted for the change of use of the public house to a mixed use of pub and water bottling plant. The permission was granted for a temporary period of 3 years in order to allow for an assessment of the impact of the water bottling use on the public house as a community facility, and also on the residential amenity of neighbouring properties over a prolonged period of time. A further period of temporary consent was granted in 2021 owing to the impacts of the COVID pandemic, and for a further 3 years. So this current application in front of us now seeks to make the change to a mixed-use site here on a permanent basis. As with the existing temporary consent, it is proposed to use the current pub dining room, which is located on the ground floor, as an area for the bottling of the spring water, extracted from an existing borehole which is within the curtilage of the property. The room in question has been installed with bottling equipment consisting of a rinsing machine, filling machine and capping machine, together with a sink area. And after bottling, using reusable glass bottles, the water is stacked onto crates and removed from the building through an existing window opening into an enclosed yard area at the rear, ready for delivery. No alterations to the pub itself are proposed. An updated supporting statement states that the pub would not have survived recent global events without the subsidy gained through the water business. So I'm just going to run through some slides and I'll come back to discussion. So that was the location, just running north to south through the Walberclough Valley. Into the site we have the building group car park, as was laid out originally for the pub. There's the yard area that was described as at the top end of the site. There's some existing residential properties immediately adjacent as well, just outside the red line area. Not much more to see, that's just some topography. And again, there's some of the landscape features around it. This is the view of the pub from the kind of pub terrace areas and start of the car park. Residential property to the left. And this is inside the pub area. You can see various bits and bobs related to the water bottling endeavour. It's another view of the bar area. And this is to the rear. So this is in what was described as the enclosed yard. As you can see, it actually has a tent structure over it as well, and that has been described as temporary, but in effect it would need separate consent if it's there permanently to enclose that area, and it doesn't have that at the present time, so this would need separate consent. But you can see how the materials are being drawn from the left hand side, which is accessing to from the dining room out into this yard where crates are being stacked. This is part of the production inside the dining room area with the various filling and capping machinery and the crates coming out of there. Part of the process as well, rinsing, and there's quite a statement made by the applicant about the sustainability of reusing the bottles. Member of staff here, the submission has said that it has actually employed 15 people on the site. So this is just a view of the existing ground plan. You can see that the bar area, existing kitchen, lobby and the dining room space where the production is happening. There's no proposals to change that basic layout. Again, just another kind of orientation of that. You see how access into the bar area with the bottling area at the back, and that through the openings would be into the yard. First floor areas are for the applicant's living accommodation. So just laid out as residential spaces. So just a sketch really that we received just to sort of set out how the production equipment is laid out, bottles and crates and sinks, etc. Another sketch drawing showing similar things. Not a lot of detail, but it was just showing us the basic arrangement of the tables and the filling machines and how it relates to the yard area. We visited the site yesterday with members. We saw the crates in this area, which are largely invisible to wider views at the rear of the site. And these are just basic views of the sides of the property, which I won't linger on because there isn't much change here. This would be the view from the tented area looking back to the house. You can see where it says roller shutters. That's where the movement of crates comes through. And it's just the existing front view of the property, which is unchanged. Let's move through those. So, when permission was granted in, I'll just go back to a generic view for you. When permission was granted in 2018 for use of part of the pub, it was granted on the basis that the proposals could provide a valuable income stream to help support the pub. And at the scale proposed, the use would remain modest in scale in relation to the main use. A condition to limit the numbers of crates to 500 per day was also considered necessary to control the level of use. And it was clear yesterday on site that the yard area was full and other pallets of bottles were evident in the car park area outside the conditioned area. Therefore, we feel that the controls are still considered appropriate and there were questions about the capacity of operation there. In policy terms, we've clearly long had concerns about the need to reduce the loss of important community facilities in the national park, such as pubs. And the previous permissions have been an attempt to allow a diversification of that pub business to a mixed use, which presents a possibility to retain a pub use in the longer term. In itself, the business aspects of the proposal also bring benefits to the area in terms of local employment, and that also accords with other employment policies. But officers remain concerned to achieve a balance of uses that work with the capacity of the site, and that the intensive production does not expand so far as it could bring harm to the character of the area. Further condition is proposed to cease the bottling business should the pub close in order to incentivise the protection of that use. We are otherwise content that the impacts on the residential, amenity and landscape aspects of the site are of sufficiently low level not to cause harm. The applicant has suggested that the growth of the bottling business presents an opportunity to also expand the pub hours. It's currently only 4 hours a week on a Sunday, but the potential for that to expand as the business expands. And there was mention yesterday of a desire to brand the site as a destination business, as in effect a water bar style pub, so a different kind of offer. This obviously requires care in such a sensitive location, but nevertheless officers feel that on balance a move to a permanent consent is reasonable in terms of both the benefits and in terms of the levels of impact, and therefore, Chair, we have recommended approval in this case.
Thanks very much. We've got one speaker, Mr. Is it Mr. Binder or Binder?
Binder, Binder, tomato. Well, just happy to be here. Hello, thank you for seeing me.
You've got 3 minutes to address us.
I came here in 2018 and you gave me an opportunity. I had a vision, I had a dream, I had an idea, and it's gone really, really well. So we are now the largest reuser of glass bottles in the UK, non-dairy. Single-use glass is the biggest offender and doesn't get any press at all. It's all about single-use plastic. With the amount of energy required to create glass, glass should never be used once. So that's what we do. We've solved a sustainability problem for people who buy bottled water, who mainly buy it in plastic, because glass is just too heavy to carry. So we've come up with a concept that is more convenient, equally priced, and sustainable and environmentally friendly. We employ 15 people. My first employee came from the Rosendale Trust, Shamek. He's been with me for 3 years. He's severely autistic. So the ethos of the business is to protect the environment, which we're incredibly proud of, being in the Peak Park National Park, and then to help people locally who might need a break in life. And this opportunity came to me at the lowest point in my life, and that's why I felt it's really important that we repay, or I repay back some debt, and that is really environmentally, for me, absolutely critical. We've been selected to be the official water of New York Fashion Week 2024, which is quite incredible considering where we are, where we've come from. My idea is to promote the Peak Park as much as I can. I'm incredibly proud to be part of the Peak Park, and I hope that we can grow together and benefit each other from a sustainability, tourism and employment point of view. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think I'm alone. I don't think I'm alone in saying that those of us that went on the site visit yesterday were quite impressed with the exercise that you were going through. I think the problem I have, you've obviously seen the report that's gone here, and there's a condition attached to, suggested to be attached to the permission, which is that the water bottling and associated storage be restricted to the dining room and the enclosed yard, which I take to be the yard which you've now got under a tented cover. What is obvious when you visit the site is that you're having to use the old car parking area and actually other parts of the hotel for your storage exercise. And I'm wondering whether we've actually got this application right. I don't think I've heard anybody suggesting that in principle it should be rejected, but at the same time, from our observation yesterday, you would be unable to follow the terms of your planning permission as set out in this report, judging by what you're doing now. And there are issues. I mean, you talk about the importance of the environment in the national park. The car park is not a good environment, and you've clearly got a space issue. And my question for members of the committee, actually, is going to be whether what you're doing at the moment can be met by this permission as recommended down here, or whether we should actually get a clearer picture of how your needs are going to be met in the foreseeable future, so that we're all starting with a clear picture of how things are going to develop. In theory, we could send our enforcement team in at the moment and say to them, get rid of this and get rid of that and so on and so forth. I don't think anybody is thinking like that at the moment, but I'm just wondering whether you can actually fulfil the terms of your planning permission if we granted this today, or whether actually we shouldn't be talking to you a bit further to actually really understand what your needs are and what the needs of the national park are, and try and put the two together. I don't know whether any members have any views on that. Bill, you've asked to speak.
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'd applaud the local business employer and enterprise that's going on, and you know, it's impressive in using the water as a local resource. It was apparent it's a limited site, and the locality is limited for indefinite expansion. So, and I agree with what the chair said. You know, there's a bigger picture here involved, which relates to the car park now used as a storage area. Perhaps the pub use seems to be effectively all but abandoned. Possible landscaping, signage, what areas are used for what purpose, and what the sort of future is. So there's a much bigger picture that emerged, rather than just using that quite limited room for storage and bottling, because that clearly that use is extended elsewhere. But general applauding the sort of enterprise shown on that site. So that's I very much endorse what you've said, really.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's very good of you. Thank you very much. Have any other members got any thoughts on this? No? Martin?
I'd agree with Bill in that I think my thoughts are that, yes, we want to support this. I've seen similar businesses over the years grow and thrive, particularly wineries and microbreweries. But at the moment, it's not clear how the how the site will develop, and I really would like to see some evidence of how that might happen over the coming few years. But that wouldn't stop me saying approve the proposal.
Well, if no other members got... Oh, Ginny.
Just following on from what you've just said, Chairman, I just wondered whether there was an opportunity to have one application come back to us, so defer this today, and have, if the applicant was minded to have one application come back to us that would cover all the points that you picked up on.
Yes, I think we need to understand where this is leading. I'm going to move from the chair just to make progress that this application be deferred for discussions between officers and the applicant to understand. We've got to address the problems of the building at the back and the storage in the car park. And we either stop it or we hide it or we permit it or whatever. And there's no point in us approving this and then serving an enforcement notice tomorrow morning. We need to move in cooperation here. So I'm going to move it be deferred for those discussions. Is that's you're seconding it? Matt?
Yeah, I note that there's the planning permission was temporary for 3 years.
Twice over.
Twice, so there is planning permission now until 2024 temporarily. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, because what I wouldn't want to happen is that we defer it, and that means that they can't operate. Yeah. Sorry.
I bought a piece of equipment this week for £20,000. That's turning up tomorrow. Sorry, Monday. Just from a business point of view.
I understand you. I don't think that causes a problem particularly. That becomes our problem rather than his. Yeah.
Because I completely agree that we need to sort out all the things that we need to sort out.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Could I just say that for the applicant's benefit, that this isn't looking at refusing the application. This is looking to actually help you. Because there are issues that were picked up yesterday on our site visit that need to be resolved, and what we're seeking to do is a positive step forward.
They would be conditioned.
That I think would have to take advice from officers.
There's no point in our permitting this because you can't comply with the second condition in the list, judging by what we saw yesterday. So we need to get ourselves sorted between us as to what exactly should be happening there and what shouldn't be happening there. But the message is positive. Okay. Yes. Okay. Dermot.
Thank you, Chair. It's not us who are criticising your business or whatever, but if we don't tackle those items, a member of the public can make complaints to us, and we would have to follow those up, and that might force our hand maybe to a certain extent. So by doing what we're planning to do, it'll make your business more secure going forward.
Stability.
Yes.
We have none. We've never had it.
No, I know, but it makes sense.
Right. Okay. All those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Unanimous. Okay. That is carried, and we look forward to the discussions that are going to be held with you.
What does that mean, sorry?
A planning officer will be in touch with you in due course to talk through your application a bit further and to understand better what your needs are and how we try and solve them.
So stability-wise, where are we? We haven't been granted permanent permission.
No, we're trying to get to that point. Okay, there's no objection in principle to a permanent permission. We want it on the right terms. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Right. The next application is the old parsonage in School Lane, Taddington. Are you dealing with this one, Brian? Yeah. Cheers, Lydia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so the old parsonage building in this triangular red line area here. We're on School Lane in Taddington. Proposal to demolish an existing porch to a side entrance door and replace with a new porch. The old parsonage is a detached dwelling located on School Lane within the designated conservation area. The property dates from the 19th century and is a two-storey building of limestone construction with gritstone detailing under a stone slate pitched roof. Planning permission is sought for a larger replacement porch on the south elevation. Some amended plans have shown the porch to be constructed from natural limestone under an aluminium framed glass hipped roof. Aluminium leaded light windows are also proposed with gritstone surrounds. So in this case, pre-application advice was given and advised that while the bigger scale could be appropriate and still modest in terms of the overall size of the building, but it should have a pitched roof to reflect the host dwelling. And this is an opportunity through new development to gain firm conservation enhancement of the building. In principle, the replacement of the porch is therefore acceptable, provided that a proposal does not detract from the character, appearance or amenity of that original host building. The property sits in a prominent position, has a very strong and simple linear plan with the limestone underpitched slate roofs. The existing small hipped roof porch, while accepted, is in poor condition, and we'll see that on some photos, is considered an unsympathetic addition owing to its design, form and materials. Unfortunately, the proposal that we'll see seeks to mimic that existing style, albeit in a larger scale. And our adopted guidance is clear that any new porch must relate well to the parent building. So we'll just go through some images. So you can see the shape of the extension, just that last block at the bottom of the building group. And you can just start to see it to the left here of the building. See the long range two-storey building, quite imposing building. And there we have it. It's a small porch. You can see how we gradually move around, prominent in the street view. And you have this squat kind of existing glass hipped roof arrangement on the porch. So various views around it. You can see the beautiful building and the conservation area. And then this is the current structure. So some gritstone surrounds this flat hip roof design. Various images around. That's quite a good one. Inside you can see the condition, clearly in need of repair, replacement. Internally, just view existing windows, general condition. Just move through those. And so this is the existing plan, simple form, and the existing elevation that we've just seen on the photos. And a slightly bigger, slightly wider porch is now proposed, pretty similar overall though in terms of scale, but replicating the hip roof aluminium frame styling. So we've got this hip roof approach rather than a pitch roof, which was suggested in the pre-application advice. And that's obviously with a glass roof and aluminium framing there. So we've considered that in terms of new porch development, we need to be looking for a design that works in harmony with the host building, and we just feel that the proposed proposal here only serves to mimic the existing glass hip roof and would fail therefore to achieve the conservation enhancement that we'd be looking for, and in terms of our guidance, design guidance in that respect. In that respect, it fails to comply with our building design policies and for the conservation area. And as such, the proposal is recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Right, I have one speaker, Mr. Simon Bradbury. No?
That's me.
Oh, you're reading it, are you? Sorry, I forgot to read it. I forgot to read the rest of it. Okay. After you.
Right, so this statement is being read out on behalf of the agent, Simon Bradbury. The proposal is a replacement porch slightly larger than the original, which has existed on the side, not the front of the property, for in excess of 80 years. Whilst the officer report questions the size and scale of the windows in the proposal, I feel that these are sympathetic to the size of the proposal and are not significantly different in proportion to windows within the existing dwelling. The original email from the planning officer on the 18th of August 23 stated that replacement of the existing porch would be an enhancement in comparison to the existing structure. This email called for various design amendments, the main point of contention being a duo-pitch stone slate roof instead of the hit glazed roof as proposed. The glazed roof has been kept in order to match that being replaced. This approach provides a clear visual separation between the roof and the stone surround of the first floor window above. This accords with the approach set out in the authority's design guide for extensions and alterations 2014, page 15, plate 25, which shows a glazed hipped lantern light roofed rear extension in an historic build dwelling. The porch is finished with walling materials which match the existing dwelling. The roof material is described in the officer's report as aluminium. This is correct. However, it is clearly stated in the application that this material will be finished externally with a lead colour, i.e. not left as untreated aluminium. The report also states the proposal would only result in a minor improvement to the energy efficiency of the existing property. A porch would be a significant improvement to this, in my view, bearing in mind that this property sits at 11,035 feet, 346 metres above sea level. This gives the village a microclimate only a handful of other places in the country will experience. Finally, the proposal is a small single-storey extension to a large host property, built in similar materials and with matching details to doors and windows. I fail to see how this will not harmonise with the existing. It replaces a structure that has been there for 80 plus years, but with better matching materials, and will, in my view, be an enhancement.
Thank you. I'm trying to work out exactly what the size is not the issue. The report tells us that's right, isn't it? So it's the materials.
Yeah, the form and materials. Yeah.
So we've heard about the use of the lead paint. Is the issue with the aluminium the fact that it's aluminium, or is it something else?
Well, we were looking at the form of the existing building, you know, in the street view and the form, and looking at those slate pitch roofs, and you know that's where the design guidance would look to continue that form. So with the hip roof, it doesn't harmonise in that respect.
So it's the hipped roof that is the problem.
Hip roof and the materials, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, and are we objecting to glass? Is that?
Yeah, we would have preferred to have seen a pitched slate roof.
Well, if you had a glass hipped gabled roof, is that acceptable or what? I'm trying to work out what the real problem is here.
Yeah, well, we've said that the previous porch form didn't harmonise with the building, and we're saying that this really just mimics that. So it's hard for us to say it's acceptable when it mimics the previous design and form. So we accept that it's a considerable upgrade. It would be a rebuild and it would be far better condition. But it's losing an opportunity to conserve and enhance the building group and the conservation area. Which is, and I know there was a reference to the design guide. I think they're picking out one example there, but the actual guidance is talking about plans being compatible with the host building.
Okay. Right, members. Bill?
I'm just a bit surprised that we can't. This is a porch, isn't it? It's a small porch, so we should be able to resolve this, shouldn't we? Because
Yes,
I think it's the applicant's, I think, entitled to replace the porch because it needs to be weatherproof and whatever and maintainable. So I would just hope we can resolve this. And I, as you know, I think the detail of planning is really important. So that's not to get away from that, but is that something we can just resolve and approve this somehow? It is, I'm still not clear what the objection is on it. I'd like to be able to say today that approved subject to whatever, but I'm not clear. I don't know if other people are clear on what the problem is, but we should just approve what is almost a like-for-like replacement, and with making sure it's okay, looks okay. So, yeah.
Ken?
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on the point that Bill's making, I think what we're talking about here is that we're presented with an opportunity through a desired improvement to a property by the owner to enhance, to improve on what exists. And it seems to me that what we're being told is that 80 years ago, something was added to the elevation of the building that isn't entirely appropriate. Its replacement, like for like, therefore, is considered not to be appropriate, and that, in officers' opinion, there is a better design somewhere that makes the replacement more appropriate in its relationship with the original building. And that seems to be the crux of the matter. And that's where we are. That's why it's been brought to committee that rather than a hip roof, the proposed suggestion is that a pitched roof will be more appropriate given the design of the old parsonage itself, and it will be more in keeping. And that seems to be the issue that's in the balance. If I may make so bold as to try an explanation.
Is that all it is?
I'd say that, yeah. We're suggesting that it's
So
more...
if the applicant came back to us with the same glass roof, but it was pitched instead of hipped, if I got that right, there'd be no problem?
It would be closer. Obviously, we've said slate would conform better.
Well, the applicant's here.
Yeah.
Lisa, could you just come up to the chair? There's a little red button. Is there any reason why we shouldn't just defer this for you to talk to the officers and get the roof right?
I think the main thing is there seems to be the conflict about the material for the roof. For me, the existing has been there for 80 plus years. And I don't think there's been any objections, in the lifetime of that or from any locality people, the people that directly look onto it. We wanted to maintain what's been in place for a long time. We, from an insulation point of view, we want to protect that end of the house and protect that old door, that's been there for a lot longer than that. And also, from an energy performance point of view, we can introduce more light into the house with a glass roof. It's really fundamental to our needs, our personal needs, as well as maintaining the building, that it is of a glass nature.
Okay, well, yes, Ginny.
Can I just get it clear that the actual picture... Sorry, Ginny.
Oh, could you turn yours off, Lisa?
Oh, yeah. Can I just get it clear that, yeah, I accept all that you're saying, and it makes absolute sense to me to have the glass, the light and the insulation. But is it the actual shape of the roof that you've got a problem with, what officers are looking for? Hip.
No, I mean, if the fundamental photo is that it's glazed, it's about the light. If they wanted to change the shape because they didn't like the shape, that's fine. But it's about the material for our, our purpose. And yeah.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
It seems to me that probably what we need to do is to defer this and authorise the officers to approve it if the shape of the roof is altered. Does that make sense? Sorry? Oh, Martin, did you want to speak? Sorry.
Ginny basically said what I was going to say.
Which I think is just what I've said as well. So, well, are you moving that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you seconding it?
I'll second.
Okay. Right. Kenny, did you want to speak again?
It was only to say, Chair, that I wonder whether we should be a bit more open and rather than constraining officers to discussing just the shape of the roof. I mean, there's a range of roofing materials, some of which will let more light in.
I think we've heard from the applicant that the glass roof is quite important to
Yeah,
them.
but it's possible to use things like what they call them, light vents and things like that. I just feel that it may well be that it is an on-pass and it comes back as applicant requires a glass roof. But I just think we need to. I would suggest we need to consider enabling officers to have a broader palette of things to discuss. Is all.
Right. Well, the motion I've got at the moment is to authorise the officers to approve it on the basis of a glass roof of a different shape. Are you moving yours as an amendment, that it should be broader?
Yes, if that's appropriate.
Is that second? Is the amendment seconded? Well, you proposed the first one, so...
But surely Ginny's accepting an amendment to her proposal.
Okay. So it's deferred for further discussions with the applicant, bearing in mind the discussion we've just had. And if you can agree, you can obviously proceed to make the decision. Is that all right, Brian? Okay. And if you can't agree, it'll have to come back here. Okay? Right. That is that item, and thank you very much for your attendance. And there will be further discussions between your agent and the thing. Right. I'm now at Home Lane, Bakewell, which is agenda item 9. We had this before us at the last meeting. We've been on a site visit, and we had a fairly extensive presentation last time, but briefly, can you remind us, Brian?
Thank you. So yes, property called Winfield on Home Lane in Bakewell. Proposed alterations and extensions to the roof, side, rear and front elevations. Winfield is a semi-detached bungalow located on Home Lane, and it's within the conservation area. A single-storey dwelling currently. It's primarily constructed of natural limestone with ashlar dressing, sort of, dressed blocks, and lies under a mixture of pitched and hip roofs with clay tiles. There's a listed Grade 2 barn, just 12 metres away to the left here, just as this field emerges. And 2 Grade 2 listed dwellings are located 30 metres to the north and opposite, and members saw some of those character buildings on site yesterday. So located in an area of high character and heritage value, and also serves as a popular walking route around the town. Planning permission is being sought for alterations to the roof and the kitchen, a single-storey extension to the east side and a garden room at the rear to replace an existing conservatory. The roof alterations comprise of the hip roof arrangements being replaced by a gabled roof to create an additional bedroom on a second floor, which would also include a landing and stairs areas within the roof space. A single-storey extension proposed to the east side to provide what's described as a gun room and utility, and a rear conservatory replaced by the garden room. So the overall footprint would increase and the overall height would increase with a change to the pitch roofs. Materials and detailing are described as matching the existing dwelling. I'll just run through a few of the images for members. So say this is a view of the existing form of the building. Important to note a roofscape, quite unimposing as a building group, quite recessive by having the hip roof there, and presents well to the street in the process. Rear and side proposals cause no objections to officers. If I just skip to, this is round to the back of the building. Sorry, some of these are a little bit blurred. I don't think it's just my eyes. So this one would just be replaced with a more substantially stone-built garden room. This is the side of the dwelling where there'd be the utility extension. Would just cut across this wall some degree. So that's looking down the side of the property. Can't quite see that, but there's access to a garden and an allotment in strips down the side. Street view, see some of the listed buildings in the vicinity. And this is the existing ground floor plan, so you can see how the kitchen currently steps back a little bit from the building line, and you've got the existing conservatory at the back of the garden area. Roof plan with its hipped arrangement and the conservatory at the back. This is a view of looking at the back of the house, the existing kind of profile of the conservatory, a ramped access to that. And you can see from that one there's just this mix of single-storey pitch and hip roofs there. Side view running down the side of the house showing you the current conservatory. Front view showing you the nature of the hip roofs in this location. This is the garden access at the side. And in effect that's the other side of the property from the neighbour looking the other way. And this is what we would get, the proposals. So it brings the kitchen forward so it's in line, flush with the building line. Side extension cutting across the garden access, but with a new gate to access that, but still with access to the allotment space. And the garden room on the footprint at the back. And as I say, the side and rear extensions haven't given cause for any concern. There's principally the issue with the front elevation. We'll see how the new pitch roof would go front to back and create this attic space for a bedroom. That's from the rear of the property. Looking back so you can see the side elevation and a stone-built garden room side again. And this is the sort of area of principal concern for officers, the front elevation. So by pulling that forwards, creating two-storey and in effect a front gable elevation, we feel that then relates poorly to the existing character of the street and dominates the current modest character and detailing of the building. In effect, it would dwarf the proportions that are currently there, we feel, and become out of proportion with the current building. And as such, that undermines the character of the conservation area, which takes it out of our design and conservation area policy compliance. And it's as a result of that that the forms the core reason for recommending refusal in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Right, we have one speaker, Mr. Cooper. You've got the general gist of it. You've got 3 minutes to address us.
As to the site meeting yesterday, tried to explain what we was trying to achieve, not just the room, but to put all the valleys right on the roof, as the roof hasn't been done probably for 50 years or more. It's in need of repair, big style. It was bought as per a family home, and as my wife's got rheumatoid arthritis, it's a degenerative disease, we're trying to achieve the family home to get my family there. There is one room already there as disabled. The room upstairs would be no good to ourselves, but it is for the family or a carer or whatever. To address this situation of the valleys and that, this is how we'd like to progress to get the space and carry on to live as a family home. The home we have now is not for older people, it's for younger people, so it would, this is a holiday home at the minute, but would be put back, we would have it, and the other home is a family home for a younger couple. I can't add much more. The planning office and my architect, I don't know whether they had their heads together to come up with some other solution, but the gable is the problem. Could be broke up with a dummy window that's bricked up. As you look out of our window, you look at 3 gables. One's got a fire alarm on it and the other one's got a duct cut on it. If it can be broke up with a dummy window that's been bricked up, I'm quite amenable, you know, to talk. I can't say much more.
No, okay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Something's just occurred to me looking at these plans. You've got that one on the board. What that drawing's not showing us is the additional side extension as well. So that goes out further to the...
Yeah, that's it.
That goes out even further, doesn't it? That's not the end of the development.
No, that includes the proposed front elevation, which you would see the side, yeah. So that's including the side. So this is kind of...
So where the door is on that,
yeah.
is that the new side elevation?
Yes. This is, yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's proposed. So I went through. So that's it projecting this way towards the barn.
That's a new one.
Yeah, and that's at the back.
Oh, I see.
So if we go to the front, that's...
Oh, so so that big window covers where the door is now?
Yeah.
Okay, right, sorry. Right, members, you saw this on site yesterday. Has any member got any views on it? Bill?
Sorry, let me turn
just looking at that elevation, because I can see that that's quite a lot of brickwork or stonework. There just seems a possibility of breaking that up a bit. The windows are a bit uneven either side of that. That could be evened out, and then a couple of smaller lights introduced into the gable. I mean, that sort of splits it up is one solution. And am I right in thinking that the conservatory at the back is being replaced by an enclosed building, which I think sort of represents possibly an improvement to that building group, really? Yeah, that's my overall impression. So I think that gable something could be done with some more the lights in, you know, the window openings in there, without putting in a false one. You could have a couple of thin ones in that gable, possibly. Just looking at that, it's just a thought.
Matt?
Yeah, this is sort of a matter of opinion, really, isn't it? Because in the opinion of the officers, it's not in keeping with the existing building. Is that right? Yeah. So we could be of the opinion that actually we think it is in keeping with the and doesn't detract from the streetscape.
You can give that view, yeah. We might challenge it, but yeah.
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because there are people who are what I might call experts in design, and they will take a certain view of things, and we as the general public might look at them and think they've got that right or they've got that wrong, but there are design principles, aren't there, that you think about. I think Bill's point is something that needs to be thought about. what worries me looking at this actually is that we've got actually 3 completely different patterns of fenestration all the way along the front, which looks to me to be not very clever. But Ken?
Thanks, Chair. I tend towards the officer opinion that the gable as being proposed is disproportionate against the scale of the building as it comes onto the front, onto the road, and what I don't understand is why that additional room at first floor level appears to be oriented from the street frontage back, whereas the lie of the roofs in the main is parallel to the road, and why it's been designed in the way it has, rather than having if you like, an extension of getting rid of the valleys, but running the new insertion at first floor level, as I say, parallel to the road rather than at a tangent to it. I'm not privy to the detail of the thinking. It's just it is a subjective assessment often. My subjective assessment is that it's too big a gable compared with what's there now. And I can understand why the recommendation is as it is, notwithstanding the fact that the garden room and gun room extensions are deemed to be acceptable. That's just my opinion.
Ginny?
Yes, I agree with the officers that the gable actually looks too dominant, and I just wondered if there was any opportunity to give that space that they need at the rear of the house as opposed to the front of the house.
Matt, let's get some comments made and you can come back. Okay, Matt.
Because it's a matter of opinion, I'm going to express my opinion, and I think that the you know, when you look at the houses on the other side of the street, which are where the gable is facing the road, I think that this is actually a way of making the stuff on this side of the street look far less fussy than it does at the moment. And so actually, it mirrors the opposite side of the street, and so I think actually it improves the streetscape.
Right, Martin?
Right, I agree that with the gable being very dominant, but can see the reason for and can see the reasons for wanting to simplify the roof structure, which is Byzantine, to put it mildly, and has drainage issues. But I can see why the gable is the way it is with the position of the stairwell. Because the stairwell goes up into that gable.
Well, has anybody got any motions to put? Bill?
For what it's worth, I mean, looking at elevation, I do think that yes, the gable's quite dominant, and that's quite a new feature on the building. But if you put some thin lights, openings, windows on that top triangular bit of the gable there in the middle, and then did something with the, that would be a bit more harmonising. And to take Matt's point, it would reflect some of the architecture round about, For what it's worth, I could propose that that's some detail that could go into, but if we want to move on with this, I would hate to just, throw it out of hand, the proposal, because, yeah.
I hear that. Matt? Okay, so we've got a motion to approve it. subject to any conditions that you would wish to add, on the basis that we look at the detailing of the gable to see whether some feature or something can be put in that to make it look better. That seems to be the... Okay.
I don't think it would resolve the fundamental problems we've raised. I mean, compared to the Taddington case, I think this is a much more dominant impact on the street scene in this case. You know, you're coming from something that's with the hip roofs that are very kind of recessive and muted in that scene to something that suddenly presents itself as a two-storey wall in effect. And I don't think that would be easy for me to just accept minor detailing to resolve that. I would prefer members to kind of give their vote on that, really, as it stands.
Right. Well, just simply, this is not necessarily my opinion, but just simply so that we've got a vote and we can move forward. I'm going to move that it be approved as it stands, as amendment to Bill's motion, that it be approved as it stands. Does anybody have a seconder for that? One, right. Does anybody wish to make any further comment, in which case I'll take the votes? All those in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, can I just take that vote again, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against the amendment? 1, 2. In that case, the amendment is carried, and therefore that is now the substantive motion. All those in favour of the motion that this be approved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? Thank you. The motion is carried. Right. You have your planning permission. I'm going to move on now to Hope Farm, Alston Field, agenda item 10. Oh, right. Can we have 5? Oh, you're here. Right. Okay. Hello. You're changing seats. I'm now on to agenda item 10. Denise Hunt has joined us to take us through this one. Hope Farm, Alston Field, and you're going to present the application for us, please.
So, this application is a full application for the conversion of an agricultural building into a single dwelling. So the main principles to look at is an exception to HC1 justified, whether the proposal could be considered ancillary to the farmhouse perhaps, and obviously the effect on the character of the site, the building, the wider landscape and amenities of neighbouring properties. So this is Hope Farm. It's in open countryside, about half a kilometre south of Alston Field. And the building that we're talking about is... Do I use the mouse for the... Oh. Ooh. Sorry about that. The building that we're talking about is this long linear building here. And that's the proposal. You'll see it's got a proposed garden curtilage as well, which extends out into the field. Sorry, go back one. So this is coming down from Alston Field. That's the rear of the building, proposed for conversion. The scheme also proposes to take this pole barn down. And this is the entrance to the farm. You'll see the farmhouse there. The building proposed for conversion back there. There are actually two accesses, so straight up there to the farmhouse, but if you go along this route, you can come to the building that's proposed for conversion, and that's the gate that you'd come to. So this is the principal elevation of the building. As you can see, it's not what we call a traditional building in terms of the local vernacular. It's half red brick, it's half concrete block, and there is a concrete block lean-to at the other side, which we'll come to in a second. Our conservation officers have been asked for their view on whether this could possibly be described as a non-designated heritage asset, and their view is that no, it can't. They think that the brick half was built in the interwar period, probably the 1930s. We know that the concrete block half was granted planning permission in 1959, so that only dates from the 60s. So it's also got this little sort of lean-to it. That wasn't on the 1959 plans. We don't know when that was added. This is the top gable, and that's the other gable with the lean-to. So as you can see, in terms of its massing, its form, its design, and its materials, it's not a traditional building. And this is the interior. So you can see it's clearly in need of some work if it's to be kept as a building at all. That's the brick half. And obviously it was in agricultural use. Nice hopper windows in there. And the group and the stands there. So this is how it's laid out at the moment. And this is the proposal. So you can see we've got 2 ensuite bedrooms, a lounge, a large kitchen diner, a separate utility and a dog room. And that's as it stands at the moment. That's the proposal. So we've got solar panels, which obviously is a good thing. We've got some quite domestic features in there though, although they've retained these openings. And that's the rear, and that's the proposed for the rear. And the gables. So if we go back to the floor plan, if we look at it under basic housing policies, HC1 does allow for new dwellings where there are exceptional circumstances, and that is to address eligible local need. And this is a family who've moved up from Essex, so there's no eligible local need. It's for aged persons assisted accommodation. It is for the parents of the lady who lives in the farmhouse, but they're certainly not dependent relatives or in need of assisted accommodation, I don't think. It's a provision for key workers in agriculture, forestry or other rural enterprises, and that's not the case here. Or it's to achieve the conservation and or enhancement of a valued vernacular building, which, as discussed, we can't really consider this to be a heritage asset of any kind. So that's as far as I went with looking at the principle of an open market house. But in the design and access statement, it did reference that it was for the parents of the lady who lives in the farmhouse. So I looked at whether it could be an ancillary dwelling to the farmhouse. And again, there are criteria for that set out in DMC 10, one of which is it to achieve the conservation of a heritage asset? We've already looked at that. And it has criteria about the scale of ancillary buildings and the relationship. So obviously you can see from this, we've got, as I say, a 2-bedroom property with little justification for the size, so it fails on scale as an ancillary building. Also, if I go back to the photographs, you can see that although it spans the 2 yard areas, there is a clear demarcation here between the curtilage of the farmhouse and the farm buildings, and then the southern yard where the other agricultural buildings are. So by its nature, it doesn't really fit that ancillary accommodation route. So consequently, it's recommended for refusal on grounds of the scale. On grounds of the scale, in terms of it being an ancillary building, and in terms of the nature of the building being suitable for conversion in terms of HC1. It's come for committee because there is some support for it in the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, the applicant, Mr. Derek Hambling.
Members of the committee. Our aim is to retire to a property in the village that will allow us to immerse ourselves into village life and that is future-proof for ourselves in our older years. Being within walking distance of our daughter's property will have huge benefits both in the short and long term. As both our son and daughter-in-law, our son-in-law and our daughter have full-time jobs, being available to assist in providing childcare and tending to our horses on the farm is of the utmost importance to us, whilst living in the open countryside will provide our family with great health benefits. My wife and I are very active in our current village, supporting and organising many community events. And myself, being a parish councillor, contribute to many committees. This is something we will both take delight in continuing following our move to the area. Locally, properties that are available to buy are few and far between, which can't have any lasting benefits to the local community. We have seen from the public correspondence that they both want and need people actually living in the community to assist keeping it alive. Peak Park believe the redundant buildings in question would be supportable as in conversion into holiday lets, but not a single home. It is understandable that they are trying to boost the local economy, but is this really what the village needs? Our nearest neighbour is a second home with a holiday let. Across the road, it's a permanent home with a holiday let, and we already have a holiday let on site. The conversion would reuse a redundant farm building. Hope Farm is only 3.91 acres of land and is used for our own horses. There are currently 3 outbuildings. 2 of these are more than enough to house the animals and the equipment needed for their upkeep. The conversion size is purely governed by the footprint of the current barn and uses the space without altering the current massing. It has been designed to preserve the character of the building, with all the historic openings being respected and new window frames to replicate the existing. The living accommodation consists simply of 2 bedrooms, a lounge, a kitchen, a dining area and a utility room, with the additional space in the house for our personal dogs. Nothing eccentric, just ordinary rooms found in any house. The second bedroom is for our son, who currently lives with us following his divorce, due to the current cost of living costs. Due to the economic climate, it would be reasonable, or would not be reasonable, for our daughter to afford to maintain a large cowshed that is no use to the property, so it would only fall into further disrepair and become a blot on the otherwise beautiful landscape. If the conversion were to be approved, and along with the demolition of the pole barn adjacent to the current house, it would only help to enhance the beautiful setting in the local area. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamling. Members. No, thank you, Matt.
We granted this planning permission in 1959, is that right? And for
the concrete block half of the building.
And the brick house, the brick one was there before that?
Yes, we believe probably built in the 1930s, somewhere in the interwar years.
And there's not much we can do about either of those apart from let them fall down?
I mean, there would be other uses. The holiday let use that was referred to, I actually suggested, could the parents live in the holiday let that is on site in one of the traditional buildings? And we could do something else with this building. Although, as you saw structurally, it would take quite a lot to bring it up to living standards as a conversion for anything that was habitable. But workshops, or there are options to be explored, presumably.
Yes, Brian.
I think the basic strategy for new development and conversions is to use traditional buildings to kind of help the conservation and enhancement of the character of the national park. As you move into more modern structures like this, would be regularly attaching conditions to say they should be removed if they're not justified for an agricultural purpose. With the fabric that you see there, we often look at a route through policy which would be defined by our enhancement policy, and that might drive removal of structures like that and replacement with something of character. So it's either a kind of a use that tries to find storage or some kind of use that Denise has mentioned, or to actually think a bit more radically about, is the replacement of that possible with something better, that actually works with the character of the building group. So I think there's other ways by working with character that we can find options, but the strategy isn't to reuse materials, that don't reflect the character of the area. So it would just extend that harmful.
Can I just put in my terms what you've just said? Are you saying if they knock this down, it might be possible to build another house in its stead that would meet the criteria?
The criteria under our general spatial policies is that we have all applications need to drive our purposes and need to have regard to our special qualities. GSP 1, GSP 2 is very specifically looking at enhancing the national park's character, but it needs to be very significantly achieving that.
So if they can achieve significant environmental enhancement by knocking this down and putting something in its place, that would in principle
that would still support our general spatial policies. Yeah.
Okay. That's right, Kath.
I think everybody knows by now what my concern is over having 2,650 barns in the national park and them wanting to fall down. To me, it is degrading. I think if a building could be used for some good purpose, we should be encouraging that. And I think we need to look at our policy again. It might be a national one, but so what? These barns were built for a purpose, and I just feel morally it is wrong to let them degrade and fall down. That's my feeling. I can't help it, and I will never change. So they are.
Ginny.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, this one. I mean, obviously, officers are given policies to work with. But in that, one of our objectives is to have thriving and sustainable communities. I'm inclined to support this because it's bringing people to the area who are going to live there rather than a holiday let. But it is a difficult one because the policies are set there for the officers to work with. But my inclination is to support it.
Ken Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just building on what Kath said, we need to remember that the 2,600 identified barns in the Peak District are traditional farm buildings. They're traditional ones, and our policies are geared towards conserving them wherever appropriate in the landscape through conversion to dwellings. The policies aren't geared towards taking mid and late 20th century buildings down the same route. And I think the nature of those buildings means that they are of necessity, relatively short-lived. Demonstrably, this one is suffering through age and perhaps neglect. I'm not being judgmental. I think that the most appropriate way forward for this would be to go with officer recommendation that the application should be refused. But I think there are opportunities for the applicant in the light of what both Denise and Brian have suggested for ways of replacing this building, which is with something which is more appropriate within the context of the vernacular architecture of the national park, which this building patently isn't. And no matter whether it's rendered or whatever, it still isn't. Doesn't conform to the materials that one would expect to find in the White Peak. So,
I think that is probably right. Is that a motion?
In that case, yes, Chair.
Ian is going to second that. Any other members wish to comment upon it? Well, I think what we're being asked to do is to refuse this, but to acknowledge the possibility that there may be alternatives to converting these buildings. But this is a national park, and high standards of finish and building design of one sort or another do have to fit in within the character of the national park. And I think there's probably a fairly good case for saying that as it stands, this doesn't meet that criteria. So that is the motion to refuse. All those in favour of refusing for the grounds stated? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 1, 2, 3. So that is refused on the grounds set out in the report. Okay. Potts-Shrigley, it is 5 to 1 members. We've got a way to go yet. First of all, we will need a motion to go past 1 o'clock. All those, which I will now move. Seconded. All those in favour? That's fine. We have Mr. Murphy with us there, and do we have Mr. and Mrs. Bennett? No, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett aren't with us. Right. So we will finish with Mr. Franklin's application, and then we'll have a break for lunch, and then we'll come back and deal with the others. Is everybody happy with that? Okay. Can we then therefore deal with... Oh, where's... just need to get Will. Where's Will? Check his Right.
Okay.
Okay, Will, are you ready?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, members settled? Okay. This is Brink Farm Cottage, Potts-Shrigley, a micro wind turbine. Will you introduce it for us?
Absolutely,
please?
yeah. So this is a full planning application for the installation of a micro wind turbine at Brink Farm Cottage. Brink Farm Cottage is located on the south side of Bakestonedale Road, approximately 1.3 kilometres west of Potts-Shrigley. It is located in a cluster of buildings, including Brink House and Brink Farm. To the north of the building is Brink Farm, which features agricultural buildings. There is also another residential property nearby as well. Also in close proximity to the site is Brink Brow and Brink Barn, which are approximately 50 metres to the south of the site and are currently used as holiday lets. With regard to the landscape, the wider landscape is predominantly agricultural in character, mainly grazing. The local landscape is undulating in character, with the landscape rising to the north towards Lyme Park and then dropping away to the south towards the valley bottom. There are several highways and rights of way in proximity to the site, including Bakestonedale Road itself and also public footpaths to the north and south. So the siting of the wind turbine would be located in the rear garden of Brink Farm Cottage. The garden extends approximately 30 metres to the rear of the property, but there is a bit of an offshoot located further to the south, where there is currently a chicken coop and a oil tank currently there. So I'll just move on to the design of the, well, there's the location in further detail. So as you can see, there is a bit of a panhandle going south from the garden space, and it will be located close to the southern extent of that. So moving on to the design, the turbine will be approximately 15 metres in height, a little bit shorter in fact. The mast would be 12 metres with a rotor with a 5 metre diameter, giving an overall height of approximately 4.5 metres. The headgear would measure approximately 14 metres in length from the front of the rotor to the rear of the sail. And it will be finished in galvanised steel in a grey finish. The mast itself would be relatively narrow at 273 millimetres. And the premise of this application is to enable the property to be run on fully renewable energy and to cease reliance on coal delivery. So moving on to just a brief point on the consultation responses. Natural England advised that there's no objection to protected species or landscape. Rayno Parish Council support the application due to its limited impact on the landscape. And we've also had responses from Cheshire East Planning, which advised there's no concerns in respect to highway, and with regard to contaminated land, air quality and amenity, Cheshire East resolved to make no comment. We also received one general comment from a member of the public who raised concern over the amenity impact on Brinkbrow and Brink Barn to the south. They advised that many guests of the property compliment the site on its quiet and visually attractive nature, and they have concerns that the turbine will despoil this. And so the key issues for this application are the principle of development, the impact on the valued characteristics of the landscape, amenity and noise, and the weight put on climate change and sustainability. So I'll move on to onto the principle of development. So policy CC2 advises that renewable and low carbon energy will be supported. In principle, subject to the piece of infrastructure not having a detrimental impact on the valued characteristics of a national park, including landscape, cultural heritage, ecology, in addition to any established uses nearby. So I'll just go through the principal concern, which is the impact of the turbine on the valued characteristics of the landscape. So as noted, the property lies on the southern side of Bakestonedale Road. It would be in relative proximity to the roadside, and those travelling into Potts-Wrigley from the east, heading west, would be able to see it from the roadside quite clearly, in front and to the rear of Brink Farm Cottage. In addition to this, in support of this, the application is supported by an LVIA, which advises on 7 viewpoints within proximity to the development site. So it provides... LVIA, so that's a landscape visual impact assessment. So they've identified key receptors from nearby the site and looked at the likely impacts of the development from those locations. It features many points where, particularly from the north, where it advises that the landscape impact from the development in these locations would be minimal, to which officers do agree with this. However, there are some points where the officers do disagree on the summary of the LVIA. In particular, this is from the public rights of way to the south of the development site. So in particular, there's a footpath called, a footpath which heads south from Bakestonedale Road, approximately 250 metres east of the development site. It heads directly south from the road, and officers consider that for approximately 400 metres on this footpath, the turbine will be in full sight from this footpath looking north. It's worth noting that from this photograph, as you can see, I'll go on to this next one as well, which shows it a little bit better. Whilst we acknowledge that Brink Farm Cottage is located within a cluster of buildings which features lots of agricultural development, lots of portfolio buildings. As you can see from this viewpoint, it's relatively concealed by the landscape. From here, it kind of the landscape constitutes a fairly pastoral and undeveloped landscape, albeit for a loose cluster of buildings located in that kind of hollow in the ground. So from this viewpoint, we consider that the placement of the 15-metre wind turbine would be at odds with a relatively undeveloped landscape. We have concerns that due to its height, it would break the skyline of the site. It would be located well above the roof line of Brink Farm Cottage, and that would increase its visual clutter on the landscape. It's also worth noting that due to its nature, it will be a rotating non-static feature in the landscape, which will draw the eye more so. So whilst our principal concern is with this viewpoint, this nearby viewpoint, we also acknowledge that there are the roadside on Macclesfield Road to the south, where whilst it would constitute a relatively small element within the wider landscape, it would nonetheless be moving, draw the eye, and be at odds with the pastoral nature of it. So we believe that due to its siting and its height, it would have an adverse impact on the valued characteristics of the landscape and be intrusive on that landscape, which is at odds with both L1, DMC1 and CC2, which states that whilst renewable energy is supported, that is on the presumption that it would not harm the valued characteristics of the landscape. Moving on to our other issues, which was the impact of amenity. So the application is supported by a noise assessment, which assesses the impact of the development on nearby receptors, which includes Brink Farm Cottage itself, in addition to the two other properties located to the north of it. With regard to Brink Farm Cottage itself and the properties to the north, it advises that the impact of the wind turbine would be below the stipulated decibels. However, the members who came to the site visit yesterday can probably appreciate that when you're stood at the site of the development, it is in quite close proximity to Brink Brow and Brink Farm, in particular the northernmost holiday unit. It's worth mentioning that Brink Brow and Brink Barn are one converted barn which has been split into two holiday units. As I said, the principal concern is with the northernmost unit. So the noise assessment outlines that Brink Barn should be subject to a higher decibel range due to its use as a temporary kind of holiday accommodation. So no one's staying there permanently. There's no there's no permanent residence. So no one's staying there for more than a particular amount of time. Officers have concerns with this, and it's worth noting that within the noise assessment itself, it does say that the impact of the wind turbine would exceed the typically accepted noise criteria for residential properties. They say this is acceptable due to its temporary nature and use, and no one staying there for extended periods of time. Officers have concerns that the installation of the wind turbine would perhaps prejudice the use of the site as a holiday accommodation. The noise assessment says that there are other locations within the converted barn where the noise assessments would be at an acceptable level. However, as noted, it's split into two units with two separate pieces of amenity space. So we consider it a bit unreasonable to expect the guests of one of the units to stay in the amenity space of another. It's not a realistic prospect. So we believe that the noise generated from the turbine would have a detrimental impact on amenity and prejudice the established use of Brink Brow and Brink Barn, which is contrary to policy CC2. There were some ecology concerns raised by our ecologist, However, we believe that these can be appropriately mitigated through condition. We did receive a response from the ecologist yesterday, which raised some additional concerns over the impact of the development on the curlew population in the area. However, we believe that due to its proximity to both Brink Farm Cottage and the fact it's in a garden, we're not going to give this too much weight in the overall planning balance, and we believe that the impact on bats and other species can be appropriately controlled through conditions. Now moving on to the overall planning balance, as we've identified, we believe that there's going to be an adverse impact on the landscape and an adverse impact on the residential amenity and established use of the holiday accommodation nearby. Now, the NPPF paragraph 158A states that applications or applicants are not required to explicitly state why there is a need for renewable energy. We simply accept that there is a significant material consideration and a significant benefit of small-scale energy, renewable energy. So I'm not intending to go into detail on that. However, we are placing significant weight on the fact that this application would allow a property to be run off renewable and clean energy. However, to conclude, we believe that the adverse impact on the landscape and the adverse impact on the established use of a holiday accommodation would outweigh the public benefits and the material consideration of renewable energy. And on this basis, we are recommending it for refusal on landscape and amenity grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one speaker, Mr. Franklin. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to address us when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of John Murphy. The application is for a micro wind turbine which measures 15 metres to tip and it is well positioned in relation to associated agricultural buildings and built development. Just to clarify, all energy will be used for domestic purposes only and no energy will be sold or transferred. The Climate Change Act set legally binding targets for the UK to reduce emissions, and the Peak District recognise that climate change is the greatest long-term threat to the national park. The responsibility to reduce emissions not only rests on companies but also individual consumers. The applicant seeks to reduce their carbon footprint during a cost of living crisis and rising energy costs. During storms, Brink Farm Cottage can experience power cuts, which leaves the property without heating and fuel. The micro wind turbine will secure the personal energy security of John Murphy, and this should be given significant weight within your determination. Parish Council support the acceptance of the principal development by the officer, and no public objections are strongly welcomed by the applicant. The Climate Change SPD states wind turbines adjacent to existing buildings and other forms of natural screening such as tree cover and hills are accepted. It is common ground that from the majority of the viewpoints within the landscape study, the turbine would not be visible and thus cause no landscape impact to the wider national park. The application is recommended for refusal primarily based on the photo montages within viewpoints 3, 4 and 5. As noted within the committee report, viewpoint 3 features many large-scale framed sheds and outbuildings. The turbine therefore does accord with the SPD as it assimilates with nearby large-scale buildings. Any impacts from viewpoint 4, which is the one on the screen just there, are localised along a footpath which is not well used, or it's not heavily used by members of the public. The turbine does not break the skyline with the ridge height behind as seen on the photo there. Views from the holiday let focus away from the proposed location of the turbine and don't actually overlook it. From viewpoint 5, the micro wind turbine is over 1 kilometre away and is barely visible. The vision of any users of this footpath will be drawn to the wider landscape and not to that point. Blakestone Road, as the officer just mentioned, has no footpath, so any views will be glimpse views from drivers travelling along that road. Natural England have no objection. The Parish Council supports the proposal and directly cite limited impact upon the landscape. Significant weight within members' determination should be given to this.
I must ask you just to wind up with one sentence, if you would.
That's fine, sure. Just to conclude, the noise levels are transient. It is common standard industry practice to have that noise level threshold for that transient use. Significant weight should be given to Parish Council support. Natural England have no objection. Ecology have no objection. Cheshire East have no objection. And this is to secure the energy security of a domestic use of a wind turbine. Myself and John are here if you have any further questions.
You've had your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Right, members. Can I be absolute? Can we pick up that last point about the noise impact upon these two barns? Something about you said something about it being transient. I'm not sure what that meant in this context. Are you able to help us?
So because it's not a dwelling in permanent occupancy, it will be
Oh,
people...
it's the house that's transient, not the
guest.
noise.
That's right.
Okay, so is that what you meant? That the house is transient, not the noise?
So Brink Farm Cottage, where John lives, that is permanent, but that's not the noise issue that's cited. The noise issue is in relation to the two buildings below the hill.
We've got
that's the transient use.
So it's a transient use. I thought you were saying transient in the context of the noise. Okay. Yes, right. It is a transient use, but on the other hand, if you're trying to run a business of holiday cottages and you're putting off potential customers by the noise, that becomes a problem, it seems to me. But there we are. Members, Matt.
Have there been any objections from the owners of the holiday cottages?
They had put a general comment in saying they had concerns, but not as a formal objection.
Okay. Any other members? Dermot.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it wasn't a great day yesterday for us to be able to go and have a look at this wind turbine from different directions, but it was very, very helpful to be given these photographs to have a look at with an impression of what the turbine would look like. And looking at that and looking out at it last night and whatever, I wasn't off-put by having that structure there. I mean, it's quite a narrow profile. It's going to be, I believe, a grey structure, and you've got the hillside behind it, other buildings, and personally, I don't find it offensive at all. I think the positives that it creates by, reducing a carbon footprint. I do understand there's a footpath here, but when people come to the Peak Park, I don't think they'd be put off by seeing the odd turbine or whatever. We all realise that the times we live in, and we've got to sort of make as much effort as we possibly can to reduce our carbon footprint. I look at some objections from local authorities, individuals and whatever, and there don't seem to be that many, if any at all, really. I'm of a mind to support this application rather than turn it down.
Okay, I've got Ken Smith next, then Kath Potter.
Thank you, Chair. A query first off. The illustration that we see now, I was going to be critical about the fact the earlier illustrations didn't have any kind of photo montage, and that was welcome. But am I right in understanding from what Mr. Franklin said, that this is misleading, that it doesn't break the skyline when it patently appears so to do?
Through you, Chair, I guess the skyline is relation into the hill to the west, and the crest of that hill is above the tip of the wind turbine. So that's it, not breaking that ridge height there.
Right, so it doesn't break the skyline from looking in a completely different direction.
But it doesn't break that skyline
Right.
of
Okay, so
of the most prominent feature in the area.
My point is, Chair, that this appears to show what I was trying to get from the earlier illustrations that were being used, that Will was using, was the scale of the construction. And I take Dermot's points. It's slim, it's slender, it's attractive, whatever. But one of the key things about these turbines is the movement. It's that brings notice. I mean, from my perspective, every time I drive over the Castleton Road to Sheffield, I see the wind turbines over at Mansfield, and I only notice them because they're moving. I take the whole issues about we have to do what we can for climate change, and I commend the applicant for seeking to reduce significantly their environmental footprint, but I really don't think that this is the right solution in this place. Principally, from a landscape perspective, it is the intrusion, albeit from a limited number of areas, but the very fact that these things move and attract the eye means they are an imposition, if you like, in the landscape, which I think we have a responsibility as trying to manage change in the national park landscape, have to be mindful of. I think the noise issue is a salient feature as well, though secondary to the landscape impact, and I read with interest paragraph 67 about the use of no financial interest or not as to whether one applies 35 or 45 decibels. Overall, Chair, I don't feel this is the right solution to the issues that the applicant is trying to solve. We heard the issues that was described yesterday on site, and I just think that while this is being put forward as the optimum solution, that we may have to look for ways to help the applicant find solutions that maybe aren't optimum, but are better in terms of meeting our overall responsibilities to the national park landscape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I've got Kath Potter next, then Bill. Kath?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm trying to recollect how many years ago, and whether you were actually on the national park, but coming down from the Buxton Road to Middleton by your grave, halfway down that hill, there was a drive off, and they had put in for a wind turbine, and we'd got it down for refusal for more or less the same reason as this. But we approved it. Do you remember, were you on the authority?
I have been on the authority when other wind turbines have been approved, yes. But not that one, I don't remember it.
It's a long time ago, but it was definitely, it was down for refusal, and it was down the steep hill that comes into Middleton by your grave, a little lane going off. So we've actually approved one, as I know of.
I think I'd be wary of that. I mean, I think when we have approved them, there have been very special reasons and very special understandings of the particular landscape. So you've got to be satisfied about this in the landscape, and you've got to be satisfied about the noise issue. Bill?
Yeah, I'd support what Ken says, in that it's a laudable aim to reduce our carbon footprint and to strive to that end, but in context it's minimal compared to the challenges we face, and there might be other alternatives which are more suitable for that location, particularly given the aspects of landscape sensitivity, precedent and the noise to adjacent properties. So I would move that we refuse this application.
You're moving it for refusal. Is that seconded?
I'll second that.
You're seconding it. Kath, could you turn off your microphone, do you think, please? Unless you're going to speak again, of course. Right, any other members? Dermot?
As I recall from the visit yesterday, there was some talk about alternatives, and because of the age of the property, it didn't lend itself to ground source and other systems. And perfectly honest, then you're in the realms of solar panels, which I think are more of a blot on the landscape than this turbine would be. Thank you, Chair.
Right, Matt, and then I'm going to put the thing to the vote and see where we get to.
Yeah, I didn't come on the site visit yesterday. I do think that we have an issue and have had an issue for some time as a National Park Authority in recognising the impacts of climate change. Speaking as somebody who was involved in the climate change impact assessment for the National Park Authority in my previous role, and I think that we collectively as a society we're going to have to accept more of these sorts of things. And I think that this is a different order of magnitude to the ones at Mansfield, which are 10 times the height. So I think that I think that we shouldn't dismiss this out of hand because of the looking at the impact assessments. It's that for most views it's non-existent.
Right, we have a motion to refuse it on the grounds set out in the report. If there are no amendments, I will put that to the vote. All those in favour of the motion to refuse on the grounds set out in the report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is now carried by 5 votes to 4. Now, it's now 25 past. I'm gathering that Mr. and Mrs. Bennett have arrived. I wonder whether you'd be a little bit tolerant and allow us just to have a bit of a break before you come on. Members, could you sort of collect your, if you don't mind us eating whilst we're discussing your application, is 10 minutes enough time? Is that all right for everybody? So can we reconvene at 25 to 2? And if members haven't finished their lunch or whatever they want to eat, bring it in and we'll continue. Okay. Right, we are going to reconvene the meeting now at 25 to 2. And I'm going to take the next item as item 14, as we have the speakers here with us. And that is the application at Tunel Charlesworth, agenda item 14. And if I can find a page, I'll... It is quite right. Page 125. Right. John, you're taking us through this, presumably?
I am, Chair, yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members. This is the site behind me. I'll just describe the application first. It's a full application for the development of one dwelling in a disused quarry at Tunel Charlesworth. The application site is located to the south of the little hamlet of Tunel and south of Glossop on the east side of the A624. If I just find the cursor. There is an existing area of former gritstone quarries, sandstone quarries, in this area here, and this is the application site here. This on this aerial photograph forms part of those works, which are feature on the HB SMR record for their interest as former gritstone quarries. The land is within the natural zone. It's also adjacent to the Dark Peak SSSI, the Special Protection Area for Birds, and the Special Area of Conservation, which is broadly, you can see this darker area of moorland, which immediately abuts the actual application site, which in more detail is shown there. The proposal is to erect a dwelling to the rear of the site, using the existing access off the A624. There would need to be some minor alteration to the walls to achieve visibility displays. And an existing caravan we'll see on the photographs and other sheds and some solar panels will be removed from the site that are currently there without planning consent. You see here there's an existing building marked here that's indicated to stay, and the whole of the red line would become the domestic curtilage. So I'll just move you through a few slides to illustrate the nature of the site. So this is showing it looking up the hill away from Glossop. You can just see the entrance here into what is really a hidden bowl of the quarry itself. It's been disused for some considerable time, and as usual in these cases, nature has sort of reclaimed most of that and naturalised it to the point where it's not readily apparent at all in the local landscape as you pass the site. From above the site, you can just see the cleft in the ground where the access track goes in. So the actual dwelling will be sited back in this hidden sort of mound. That just shows the extent of the roadside wall, which would need to be taken down either side of the access or set back to achieve required visibility displays, which in itself would have a minor impact on the character of the street scene in this point. And then in some wider views here, this is taken from across the valley. So the extent of the application site is this area here, but the wider area of sandstone quarry, you can see some further workings and there's a little bit of a face from other works behind that. And this is the area of the natural zone SPA, SSE and the Dark Peak SSSI. Yeah, that just zooms in a little bit closer. So for members further back, probably see that a little bit better. And just a few shots here. This is looking back towards the main road from within the quarry bowl, as it were. You see the nature of the vegetation that's grown back. And to be fair to the applicants, when they purchased the site about 10 years ago, I understand they've done some clearing up of tipped materials which had been left there by previous owners. And just a view over the top to show context, looking down towards the Glossop direction. And then looking down into the former sort of working area and the remaining faces. So you see there the caravan building, all the structures there, including the the solar panel to the back are all unauthorised. Although it appears that the building has been there for such time as that it may well be lawful now or immune from enforcement action. So the dwelling will be sited to the right-hand side of this, set back against the face, we'll see as we pan round. So this would be the position towards the back of the site for the dwelling. Just close up to the northern side of the quarry. And then just turning to the design of the proposal, of the proposed dwelling. This is the floor plan, a fairly modest 2-bedroom property. You'll see in the report it sets out that it would be designed to high sustainability credentials. There would be no power to the site, so they would generate their own power. They would utilise water harvesting and also have a on-site package treatment plant to dispose of waste. Elevationally, it's a fairly simple rectangular plan, clad in timber under a green roof, which would help assimilate it within that sort of green quarry floor. And this is the elevation which would face out towards the road. Areas of glazing into the principal rooms. And the illustration from the side, the green roof. and the other elevation. So you see it's a contemporary style, but no real connection with the local building tradition or reinterpretation of our local building tradition. Instead, the design seems to respond mainly to the desire to keep it low and with the green roof helping to minimise the impact within that quarry bowl, as it were. So our conservation and housing policies direct new housing development, as you know, to within or on the edge of designated settlements. The only exceptional housing in the open countryside is for agricultural workers mainly, where there is a functional need. There's no such argument for that here. It's not connected with any farm business. It's also a development site within the natural zone where there is a very strong presumption against any form of development unless there are exceptional circumstances. Now, those exceptional circumstances are set out within the development management policies and essentially for where it can't be accommodated outside the zone, and it is also essential for the management of the natural zone, and that's not the case here. And the second is for the conservation and enhancement of the park's valued characteristics. And again, that's not the case in this particular circumstance. The valued character of the national park, the open countryside and the natural zone here wouldn't be conserved or enhanced by introducing an isolated new dwelling. The site is already largely naturalised, so there's no exceptional circumstances to justify this development, which is be clearly contrary to the National Planning Policy Framework and our own development plan policies. Whilst we acknowledge the energy efficiency and sustainable design and the fact that it wouldn't be overly prominent in the local landscape, and that the impacts on biodiversity can be mitigated, these matters don't outweigh the very strong and significant harm to our fundamental landscape protection and housing policies. Hence the recommendation of refusal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers. Is Mr. Bennett's coming first, is he? Right, okay. You should find a little red button somewhere in front of you that will turn that on, and you have exactly 3 minutes or a maximum of 3 minutes in which to address us.
Thank you. So Sharon and I have lived and run our small business in Glossop for over 40 years. We've employed local people and supported local businesses, and at last we're planning our retirement. So we've researched this application over 10 years, and we followed almost every planning application within the Peak Park that's been relevant to us. The planning officer assigned was John Scott. We knew that he was a respected and well-experienced officer. So we met with him earlier in October, and we believe the site changed John's view of our application. Seeing its scale and its hidden location, and reading the wealth of research that we'd supplied, we believe impressed him. We always knew that policy would be the sticking point, and his email to us 23rd of October confirmed that. He said, quote, "I've written the report up as a refusal on planning policy grounds, in brackets, no other reasons." So there are no other reasons than policy. John quotes the Stanford principle. The term greater priority that he mentioned has been replaced with greater weight should be given to conservation. And this allows for a weighing of both sides of the issue, and that is what we're asking the committee to do, to weigh this application up and to arrive at a sensible outcome. There's nothing other than policy stopping this application. And policy is important, but it has to be up to date and flexible and allow for balance. And we're deeply concerned that policies published several years ago, based on data several years before that, is stifling developments like ours. These policies cannot have been written with the knowledge of the challenges we face right now in 2023. Everything has changed in the last 5 years. COVID, environmental emergency and spiralling energy costs. So John's main concerns were the natural zone. Our design and access statement clearly shows why, with the exception of the eastern unquarried area, the site should not be natural zone. It's a man-made environment, heavily despoiled and in need of enhancement. And because it's out of sight, it's vulnerable to fly tipping and antisocial behaviour. Remember, suitable development isn't prohibited in the natural zone. Is it brownfield or PDL? Well, many applications for development in quarries, even within the national park, have been referred to as brownfield in their documentation. So whatever term you want to use, this is underutilised land, it's despoiled land. And the local development framework core strategy states, occasionally, new houses may be the best way to achieve conservation and enhancement or the treatment of a despoiled site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett. And Mrs. Bennett.
As Phil pointed out, our overwhelming interest is in making the site more appealing.
Sorry, can I just stop you?
Sorry, I thought I'd pressed it then. Is it
Right,
on?
so we'll start again.
Shall we?
As Phil has pointed out, our overwhelming interest is in making this site more appealing by the conservation and enhancement that a dwelling and additional landscaping would bring about. It is important to remember this is not open market housing. It would be a self-build lifetime home for us. This whole project is focused on sustainability, net zero, energy independence using amazing technology that should be promoted by the Peak Park. We don't want to be the old couple shivering at home, unable to afford the energy bill. What happens if our plan is not allowed? The site won't return to nature or its former look. It has been quarried out, despoiled, and what is left is quarry waste. 10 years of our care has made it look naturalised, not just nature alone. When we got it, it was a barren wasteland overrun with ragwort and other pernicious weeds. In our design and access statement, we refer to a study by Sheffield University and commissioned in part by the Peak Park that highlights the need for restoration of quarries, as naturalisation may never happen or at best takes many tens of years. We have worked hard to make this a better environment by tidying the site, protecting the native tree seedlings and planting native shrubs. The green roof aspect of the design would be an important contribution to the wildlife green corridor we would create. Present government and leading opposition parties all encourage new sustainable building and the need to address climate change and the struggles of the ecological environment, all of which are championed by our application. Remember, outside of policy there have been no viable objections, importantly none from Hideways and Natural England. Statements made by local people are positive and encourage the use of the site as an opportunity for us to build a sustainable home, totally off-grid, resulting in zero emissions. This is a win-win situation. We get a lifetime home and the opportunity to continue enhancing this despoiled site. And you as a committee show your commitment to the major issues of the day, including climate change and achieving net zero. The Planning Officer's report is supportive and positive in many of its comments. We believe we have provided enough research information, supportive surveys and reports to tip the balance in our favour. We ask you, as the committee, to look beyond policy and sincerely hope you allow our application. Any questions we will be pleased to answer.
Thank you very much, Mrs Bennett.
Chair, can I just come back and just clarify a couple of points, just for members' benefit? There are 3 points that were made in the comments by the applicants. The first one was about it being a despoiled site. Whilst I applaud, obviously, the work that the applicants have done in tidying up the site, as we set out in our report, we don't consider it to be a despoiled site. It is recovering, naturalising, with their help, and without their help it would continue to do so, as we see on many other sites. It's not previously developed land in the definition of our policies, neither is it brownfield land, and that's again set out clearly in the report. And the final point was, it is what you're being asked to approve today is a market dwelling. Yes, it's a self-build project, but it would result in a market dwelling. So just to be clear about that, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Members? All right, Bill?
Thank you. I mean, there's some laudable aims in terms of ecological and response to climate change there, but I think it would be much more appropriate in a much different location. I think the local parish council have made some summarised comments as well, and I think the policies in the park are so very important to protect areas like this, which are away from any built development, which are on the edge, as part of open moorland, on the edge of access land. And there is an enormous threat of precedence. I'm sure we could all think of hundreds of places in the Peak Park where similar development could take place in little quarries or little angles of land. So, you know, I very much hope we seek to dismiss this, refuse this application on all the grounds that have been stated. Not least highways. That highway's another one, but I think that comes a long way down the line as well. Yeah.
Martin and then Kath.
Right, I'm querying whether the existing buildings and caravan would actually be removed from the site.
Well, the building itself has been there for 12, 15 years. And it's just it's a timber building. The caravan would be removed. We use that because the site is completely surrounded by a fence, because the depth of the quarry is 8 metres. So we have to prevent any animal or human trespass. And because of that, we've put the caravan there just to provide amenity for us, basically. Okay. It can't be seen from the road or even from there are no pathways alongside of the quarry, so it cannot be seen whatsoever. Okay. But as part of the thing, if you wish us to remove it, we would remove it if we had a building put on there.
Right, because...
unless you wanted to paint it green.
Yeah, because that could be considered to be a improvement on the site.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Kath?
Thank you, Chair. I take exception to the Parish Council's point on page 128, where it says the use of former quarries for residential purposes would set a dangerous precedent. Well, what about Birchover? Huge quarry, and it's got a housing estate in it, and it's absolutely superb. Standard work of the work is fantastic. So I think they need to get up to date with that. I really have no no adverse comments to make about this application. I can see along the 515 when you join at Yorgrave and you go towards Tissington Way, that quarry in the dip there, there's all sorts in there. So sites are being used for various things, and I think we have to be careful who is saying, okay, it's for one and not for another.
Well, can I just come in on that before anybody else does? I do think you need to think very carefully about the main principle involved here. One of the major features of this national park start this again. The main features of this national park are contained within the natural zone. Most of the things that the national park was designated for are protected by a line on the map which we call the natural zone. It's about the moorlands, it's about the dales, it's about the totality of the landscape. And we have always, certainly to my memory, and I'm going back certainly 20 or 30 years, been aware of the importance of protecting, in particular, the natural zone. And we have not used the natural zone as a place for general development. We've been very protective of it. You could argue that this site should not be in the natural zone, but it is. And the way to address that is actually to argue about the boundary of the natural zone, when we come to review a local plan and see whether it should be in or whether it should be out. But if you start nibbling away at it, then I think you're going to have problems for the future. And as Bill absolutely rightly says, I mean, I can go out from my house on a walk and there are mine workings and lead workings in the landscape, which are part of the countryside, really. But if you start using those as potential development sites, you're on a hide into nothing over the long term. So there may be a case here. I'm not saying you can't prove this or you can approve it, but I'm just cautioning members to be very, very, very careful about breaching the principle of the protection of the natural zone. It's a very, very important policy for this authority. Sorry, who else wants to go? Ken.
Thank you, Chair. You have helpfully said most of what I was going to say.
Sorry.
So, no, thank you. Save some of my breath. But I think you're absolutely right. We have to take note of the natural zone. Boundaries have to be drawn somewhere. Unfortunately, this site is within the natural zone, and I think that brings with it all the issues that you have quite cogently rehearsed, which I support. I think as well, quite rightly, the property, although self-built, has been described as an open market dwelling, which again, I think, it counts against it in terms of our policies. I think I take Kath's point about the use of quarries, but I think Birchover is an example of what I will say is that while I support the initiative that the applicants have made, as it happens from time to time, it's the right development but the wrong place. It's out in the open countryside, it's in the natural zone. The Birchover example, it's within a village. It's completely contained within that urbanised area. It's entirely appropriate to put a housing estate in the Birchover quarry. It's not appropriate, I would submit, to put a dwelling into this particular location. So I don't feel I can support the applicant's application, but I would support the recommendation, Chair.
Is that a motion?
Okay, I'll put my head in the noose.
I'll second it. Right. Any other members wish to speak? In that case, I've got a motion in front of us, which is to refuse it on the grounds set out in the report. All those in favour? 8. Those against? Anyone abstaining? Right, thank you. That is refused, I'm afraid. Right, can I move back in the agenda to Millersdale Station, agenda item 12. use the railway shed. Right. Who's dealing with this, John?
Okay, yes,
Sorry.
thank you, Chair. Yes, this is a full planning application for the development of an existing compound area within the curtilage of Millersdale Station into a changing places facility that will be open to the public. The application site is within the Millersdale Station, which, as members know, is on the springing off point for visitors on the Monson Trail. It houses, within the former station buildings, a cafe and some public toilets. Within the former goods shed is now an interpretive centre about the railway historic aspects. And to the rear of those premises, there's a large public car park. And at the back of the individual cafe area, there's a service yard. So that's the area here. This is the Monson Trail as it passes through the station. Cafe and toilets, the goods shed, the car park and access off the road down into Millersdale itself. So just zoomed in to that site. On this slide, the cafe is just to the right here. This is the footprint of the goods shed with a tool shed there. And the application site is within this fairly well-screened yard just off the car park. So this is the application site itself, and this is the proposed building, which is a proposal by the National Park Authority itself as applicants in this case to have this changing places facility building within the yard, which can be easily accessed directly off the car park, providing what I would describe as a game-changing facility for persons with some profound disabilities. It'll enable them and their carers to access the Monsell Trail where they wouldn't otherwise be able to. This layout shows the changing places facility, which is this right-hand half of the building, within which there would be specialist equipment for people with disabilities, lifts, changing areas, appropriate toilets and washing facilities for them and their carers or family. And alongside that, you'll see there's a smaller area which would be used to house a tramper vehicle, and that's a four-wheel, more accessible vehicle for people to access the trail and enjoy the natural environment in the same way able-bodied people can. That's just a section through showing some of the facilities in section, and you start to get an impression now of the style of the building, which I'll come back to in a moment. But just going with the location from the line side, the platform side, as it were. This is the goods shed, the remains of the former buildings. And you can just see the building would be tucked behind that within this fairly well-screened yard. So from the Monsell Trail side, you wouldn't see it. From the car park side, this is looking end on at the goods shed. So this is the application building. And you'll see as I go through the next few slides, it's styled on a former Midlands Railway goods wagon, which is fairly innovative design and felt by the applicant to fit more comfortably within this sort of railway setting. So this would be the view from the car park. So the main building would have a black corrugated roof. It would have horizontal larch cladding, metal strapping, which would be painted a dark colour, I believe. And the next slide shows the view from within the compound itself, the service yard. There would be a tarmac access path directly off the car park to the access door, and then the tramper access doors would be in the end of this section here, and that would be bookable online by people. And that's the end view showing those tramper access doors, and the other elevation on its own. So in summary, Chair, it's an innovative design solution appropriate in this railway setting, which will provide a very important public facility, unlocking access for people with more profound difficulties of access, along with their carers and families. So pleased to recommend approval of this application. Thank you.
If it had a proper heritage context, it would be like the old loos at Millersdale Station, which were covered with white tiles covered with growing fungus. I remember them well. Ginny.
Yes, I think this looks excellent. The only question I would have is, why have we not put solar panels on the roof?
That's a fair question. We have, some members probably remember, we have approved a scheme for putting a fair number of PV solar panels on the roof of the goods yard, which provides a large-scale contribution towards sustainability. On this very small building, which is probably in the shadow of the goods yard for part of that time, it wasn't felt to be appropriate or proportionate, so we're relying on the larger, more appropriate PVs on the main building.
If you pick up the railway theme, you've got the rounded roof. Can you put solar panels on such a roof? I don't know.
Be a difficult design solution without it
Martin.
looking rather odd.
Right, there's a comment on the design in that it's very typical of former railway, small railway buildings, like platelayers huts and lamp huts and such like, so that it would be fitting within the within the station environment. It's just feels slightly odd that it's within a enclosed area where, well, traditionally that such huts would actually be out along the platforms or out along the track.
I'm happy to move this. Anybody seconding it? Seconded? Anybody else want to comment? All those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried unanimously. Can we move on to agenda item 13, which is the Beggar's Rest? I have to say that carefully. At Townend, Bradwell.
Yes, again, it's me again, Chair. This is a proposal, full application to convert an existing attached domestic garage to a utility and dining room. As the Chairman says, Beggar's Rest, Town Lane in Bradwell. There's the application site on the screen behind me. It comprises of a small bungalow sited in a cutout, really, of the triangular village green area here at the northern end of the village of Bradwell. It's surrounded by hedging, we'll see in the ensuing slides. The bungalow itself is of no great architectural merit, and we'll see it's got a large flat roof garage sited on the western gable end. But because the bungalow is set down a little bit, that rather unattractive extension isn't prominent at all in the local landscape. So I'll go through the slides. So this is from the street. There is a single parking space access through that gate, and as I pan to the left there, you can see the flat roof garage to the side. Now, the applicant has provided a statement making it clear that they don't use the garage, and neither has the previous occupier of the property for parking a car. There's a parking space on the front, and there is, as you see in the next slide, there is unrestricted street parking outside, which would not obstruct anybody passing the street there at that point. This is the nature of the boundary hedging and walling, and you can see how the bungalow is tucked down. It is within the conservation area, so it doesn't really have much of an impact on the conservation area, and the flat roof is pretty much well screened. So just going through the proposal, this is the footprint of the existing garage. See how it extends beyond the rear wall of the bungalow. And the conversion itself, utility room at the back, dining room to the front, which in itself, if they were just converting the existing structure, wouldn't require consent because it's already a domestic building. But you'll see, in terms of the height of it, that's the front elevation. In order to achieve reasonable headroom, they do need to lift it by 550 millimetres. And it's that raising of the height that requires planning consent in this case. So that's from the front. They'll put a matching window in. Although in itself is not a great detail, it does match the rest of the windows in the bungalow. And from the side elevation, this is very much screened behind the road, or the boundary hedging, I should say. So that's existing, and as proposed, slightly larger. The planning officer did rehearse with the applicant ways of, or their agent, ways of achieving a better roof form, but putting a pitch roof on that, given the scale and the fact it projects beyond the rear of the existing bungalow, makes any pitch roof quite difficult to detail without it looking rather contrived. And secondly, it would then become much more visible in the context of the existing bungalow and the street scene and the conservation area. Currently, just lifting that up by 550 millimetres would effectively have, because of its low-lying nature and current character, a neutral impact on the conservation area, which perhaps couldn't be said to lifting it and having an awkward pitched roof, particularly projecting beyond the rear. From the rear elevation, existing and proposed, very little change other than just a slight raising of the height, as I spoke about. And from the other elevation, you just get a glimpse of it down at the far end of the bungalow. So the key issue is the loss of the parking space within the garage. As set out in the report, Bradwell Neighbourhood Local Plan has a very strong presumption against loss of any parking spaces. So that in itself would normally be the starting point for determining this application. But officers have placed pragmatic views in terms of the fact that the existing garage isn't used for that and hasn't been done for many years. They've got one parking space within the curtilage. They can park a further car on the street without causing harm, and there's no objections from the Highway Authority by that. If you were to strictly enforce the requirement to provide parking within the site, you would have to take down a section of the boundary wall, remove the hedge to create the second parking space to meet minimum standards. That in itself would have an adverse impact on the character of the street scene. It would take up a lot of the fairly limited amenity space on the front, and would require, I think, to some extent, some awkward manoeuvring. So, on balance, Chair, the officer recommendation in this case is to approve the application without the insistence of the replacement parking space. Thank you.
Right, members. Obviously, Bradwell Parish Council have got an issue here because they've defended very strongly their car parking policy, but I think there is a logic to this particular recommendation. Have any members got any thoughts on it? In that case, I shall move it from the chair. Any other members wish to talk? In that case, all those in favour of the recommendation? Anyone against? In that case, that is carried. We will explain it nicely to Bradwell Parish Council, won't we?
Yes, I'm in regular contact with Bradwell Parish Council, so I will explain the particular circumstances.
Right. Next item on the agenda is the report on monitoring, isn't it? It's the monitoring report. Brian, are you dealing with this? This is...
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so just a short paper on planning performance, and something that we now are including in our new authority plan. So I felt it was something which would be useful to bring on a quarterly basis as I submit the data to government on our development management performance. Obviously this brings us up to date with the recent news from Department for Levelling Up Homes and Communities that they're not minded to designate the authority. We have made a significant improvement, an awareness that some of that is due to better efficient use of extensions of time, which in itself reflects just better dialogue with agents as well. So there's a path of improvement, and I've just put the bit in bold at the bottom of the page because that's really the conclusion of the government at this stage, that they saw that improvement path and didn't want to undermine it, which I thought was helpful. There's a 2-year rolling period where they look at the data, which means that going back 2 years, it still falls within an area, a period of time where there was a struggle with performance. So I think as we move into the next quarters, that overall 2-year average will move above the 70%. So we're very confident that we're on the right track. But that isn't the end of the story, obviously. We're in the process of recruiting into new roles in the new structure. We've got a new manager to join us at the start of December, and he'll be at the next planning committee. I'll be pleased to introduce Adam Maxwell to you at that point. So that will be part of the work we'll be doing to drive performance improvement. We have other commitments, which I've just noted in the report as well. Firstly, to remain engaged with the Planning Advisory Service so that we can keep a review of what we're doing and find any other kind of improvement initiatives that work with the organisational change we have. We've brought planning advice and validation into the team. We've brought heritage into the team. We have a different approach to looking at enforcement. And all those things will be separate projects that we can work with over time. And I'm really positive as well about the fact we want to engage much more firmly with our agents. We have a plan, a date in January to meet with agents in this room for an agents forum, something we used to do regularly 2-3 years ago. So it's a return to really good face-to-face engagement with our agents. And one of the top of the bill conversations there will be about the return of our pre-application service, which impacts heavily on the quality of submissions and is also income to the service as well. So those are all positive steps really that will strengthen where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members wish to comment on the report? Ginny?
Just want to congratulate everybody on getting us back on track and thank them for their hard work. I also wondered if we could pick up the subject of enforcement as well at a future meeting or a meeting with the chair and vice chair, just so we can go back over the old cases that are still outstanding.
I think we're getting a special report on enforcement in 2 meetings' time, aren't we? Andrew, well, we're going to get a report in 2 meetings' time, but Andrew told us that we would be getting more information than normal, so that's the time to pick that up, I think. Okay. I move the report to be noted. Seconded. All those in favour? Anyone against? No. Okay. And then the appeals report. This is, I think, pretty straightforward. The Birchover one I was a bit surprised at, I must admit, but there we are. I don't think I'd draw any conclusions from that. I move the report be noted. Is that seconded? All those in favour? Anyone against? No, that's carried. And that concludes the meeting.